Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam UITM di hatiku, and a very good morning to everyone. I would like to warmly welcome each and every one of you to our Muet Preparatory online webinar series organized in collaboration with the UITM APB Collaborative Teaching Initiative. My name is Izzatul Jirafina binti Muhammad Riz from the Academy Pengajian Bahasa, Center of Foundation Studies, UITM Cawangan Selangor, Campus Dengkil. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I'll be your moderator for the first session of our webinar today, entitled How to Score in Your Muet Speaking Test, which will run from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Following that, we will proceed the second session from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., focusing on how to score in your Muet listening test. Dear lecturers and students, we are honored today to welcome our esteemed guest speaker, Puan Feruzi Suhana Abdul Aziz from SMK Taman Selayang Gombak. A warm and heartfelt welcome to you, Puan Feruzi, and thank you for graciously joining us today. Well, before we proceed with the session, allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker for today. With many years of teaching experience, Puan Feruzi Suhana Abdul Aziz is a dedicated educator, currently serving as a Form 6 Muet teacher at SMK Taman Selayang, Gombak. She also holds the role of Muet speaking state trainer. Puan Feruzi has extensive expertise in Muet-related teaching, training, learning, and grading, making her the ideal person to share valuable tips and strategies on how to excel in the speaking component. We are truly privileged to have her with us this morning to lead this session. I encourage all students to seize this opportunity to learn from such an expert. Without further ado, let's welcome Puan Feruzi Suhana Abdul Aziz to begin today's session. Please give her a warm welcome. Over to you, Puan Feruzi.
Okay, thank you, Miss Moderator, Puan Izzatul. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, and good morning. I'm sure most of you are still, sleepy and, whether thinking whether where am I right now, right? Okay, so I would like to express my thanks and my gratitude to UITM Pusat Asasi for inviting me to this webinar series, and hopefully I can share with all of you what I've observed throughout the years of my teaching and also examining. Okay. So let us start the session for today. Okay, right? So if everyone is still in a daze and confused, okay, so today's session would be on Muet speaking, right? Okay, so what I hope for, or what I really hope for you, the future, or the coming candidates of Muet. I know you'll be taking your Muet session 3, right? So here are some of the aims that I hopefully can achieve by the end of the workshop. Okay, so first, I hope you can all identify the components assessed to score more at the right places. So this why is this important? Some of you might think that oh, I can speak, I can speak well. I'm speaking English at home, so surely I can score best, right? Uh, but that shouldn't be the case all the time. Yeah, so I'll go into detail later. Secondly, I hope you can identify the strategies I want to share. Two strategies actually, yeah, and manage your time efficiently during the test. And the last, but not least, the benefit or the aim of my course here is for you to avoid making the mistakes. Or I why do I put that comment? Because most of the candidates, I can say about more than 50% of the candidates make these common mistakes every time. All right. Okay. Next. Just for you to have a bit of wise words from Confucius. In speaking, it is best to be clear, and say just enough to convey the meaning. So here we are trying to have clarity, and to be conveying what you intended to say, right? Okay. Okay. Before we begin, I'm surely sure, okay, that your lecturers have already mentioned this, and you might have already discovered it yourself. You googled, or you buy the reference book. So, what is the Muet speaking test format like, right? Okay, let's just refresh, okay, everyone. So we have two parts, yeah, two parts for this paper, the speaking paper. One is the individual presentation. So from the word itself, we know that the the word individual means everybody will get a different set of tasks. Yeah. So your preparation time would be 2 minutes, and the presentation time is also 2 minutes. Yeah. So part two, right, is a group discussion. It is done consecutively, meaning right after the individual presentation, you'll be given the task for group discussion. Right. So if let's say you haven't noticed this before, part one and part two is actually thematically linked. Now, why? What is the meaning of thematically linked? It has link, yes. It is connected in theme. Okay, let me give you an example. Part one, the question or the situation has, or has given you. That has been given to you, say something about money. Why do people need to save money, right? So here in part two, you can actually guess, what the theme or what the question would be like. Right. So money would be thematically linked to economy, uh, to financial. So you have to guess that right away, yeah, before you go into the speaking. I mean, part two speaking. Okay, here notes are given from a mind map. 5 notes actually, right? But you can also use your own notes, which means, let's say, among the 5 points there, suddenly you say, oh, why not I have this as a reason or a factor, or something, aspect of the question. For example, I'll give you an example here. um, how does the government encourage students, maybe, or young people to save, right? So there are 5 points there. Suddenly you say, why don't they have this point? Because I think this is a good point. That's coming from your own thoughts, right? So you can use that, don't worry. It doesn't limit your ideas there, right? Okay, the preparation time is 3 minutes, and the discussion time is within 8 to 12 minutes. Okay, so minimum is 8 minutes and the maximum is 12 minutes. That is what it means by 8 to 12 minutes, right? Okay, let's move on. This is one sample. I'm sure you may have seen this. This is actually taken from MPM website, official website. Okay, so the sample here, part one, it is important to be healthy, right? Suggest some ways to keep healthy. Okay, so there are four individual tasks there, right? As I mentioned just now. So, what do you think part two is going to be like? Or, or what question is raised, is possibly to be raised in part two, right? Okay, so you look at the word healthy there, health. Okay, so it may talk about, our medical situation, maybe, or our hospital situation, maybe. So that is what it meant by thematically linked, right? Okay, next. Okay, part two. This is from the same part one question, right? So there you have it. You see, there is an increasing concern about the quality of healthcare in Malaysia. So now it is bigger scope. Yeah, if the last or part one question is about individual situation, how do you keep yourself healthy? So you eat, you exercise, you have a good sleep, right? So now that question is expanded, yeah, to a bigger scope, which is in the context of a nation, right? Okay, so therefore we have this question: how can healthcare best be improved? Yeah. Okay, so the context is in Malaysia. So you look at the end of the mind map, below the mind map. There's a we say that's not a fine line. That's the question actually. Yeah, at the end of the discussion, try to decide the best way to improve healthcare. So among these five, you should discover, or you should discuss which is the best one. Right? Okay, so that's the sample of the question. Okay, next part, right? This is one of the aim just now that I mentioned, right? Uh, you need to know, how am I going to be assessed? How am I going to be examined? Meaning, do they look at my language alone, or do they look at my am I reading, or am I memorizing, all sorts of question, right? You may ask there. So what is being assessed now? Three things here, yeah, the main thing, yeah, for you to know. One is the knowledge or the content. Let's say we go back to the slide, or not, sorry, not the slide, the question just now about health, right? Okay, so do you know about what is health? Or if you want to talk about what to eat or when to eat to be healthy, do you know about it? Do you know about the food pyramid, for example? Or do you know about any diet that is uh, good for your health, maybe? So that is what we meant by content. Do you know that? All right. Okay. Next is the language. So now, from the word language, I'm sure you will know that um, you will be, assess your grammar, mm? Whether you know your subject verb agreement, right? Whether you use like I was or I is, right? Or I am. So that's the basic one, right? Grammar. Next, the vocabulary. So here, I want to stress a little bit on vocab. Um, you don't need bombastic words, okay? Words that only you can understand. Remember, it is to be clear, right? So you also must remember that there are three more ears, three pair of ears listening to you, your candidates, fellow candidates. So if you are not clear of what you are saying, maybe the word uh, only you can understand, not the three of them. So it beats the purpose of using bombastic words, right? You are not clear. So maybe the other three would look at each other and say, what is that? I don't understand. So so be careful. It's not about bombastic words. It's about whether the word is apt or accurate for that situation. Let me give you an example, right? When you talk about, let's go back to health just now, right? Okay, let's say one of the tasks is regularly seeing the doctor. How do you keep yourself healthy? You have to regularly see the doctor, right? Okay, when you talk about doctor, you have to talk about being in a hospital, of course. You say we have to go to the hospital for checkup, right? Okay, and then you will mention there are many people. Okay, people in the context of hospital, that it people is very general. Right, so to be very accurate in the terms of hospital or in medication, for example, medical terms, right? People have a lot of terms. Like for example, the expert in medical would be called doctor or specialist, right? You don't say doctor, the good doctor, the bad doctor. There's no bad or good doctor. They are doctors. It's only maybe you can say specialists, surgeons, right? So those are very apt vocabulary, right? uh, I love to say this to my students. Okay, let's say you have that word people, you use it in terms of or in the context of shopping, right? Shopping, buying things, or in a supermarket. Yes, you say there are many people there. So people, again, very general, right? uh, you should say something like there are many uh, uh, buyers, maybe, right? Or there are many housewives, because housewives are those people who usually frequent the shopping complexes or supermarket to buy groceries or something, right? So you need to have that kind of skill, yeah, to use the apt vocabulary in certain contexts. Okay, next would be sentence structures. What is sentence structures? I mean, what is it? Why is it important to have good sentence structures? Now, you have to go back to your, grammar again. You know that there are three types of sentence structures: simple, compound, and complex, right? So um, you need to use all those in your presentation. So it shows that you have mastered all the structures, right? And of course, there are many more language aspects like intonation, like pronunciation, right? So I just put there such. Okay, a good way of checking whether your pronunciation is correct or not. Sometimes I also uh, have been questioned by my students, teacher, how do you pronounce this? Right. So to be sure of the pronunciation, it's good to confirm it with a native speaker. It's not like you have to go and meet him or her. It's just that you go to the YouTube or you just Google, right, and ask how do you pronounce this, right? That you spell it out. So sometimes if your phone is set to British English, it says that the pronunciation. If it's in American English, so it's different. Maybe. No, I'm just saying. So it depends. And again, I've been questioned by my students, teacher, do we use British English or American English? So I luckily we have only two English versions that we are familiar of, right? Um, so I told them you can use both, but try to be consistent. Right? Okay, so the next thing that you are going to be assessed is management of communication. What does it mean? Okay, when you are presenting, do you sound like you are presenting, or do you sound like you are reading? You know, there's you know, this is what we call the fine tune of communication. You know, sometimes when you have friends who are very good in telling jokes, right? But there are also friends who cannot tell a joke even if the joke is memorized. So that is actually the skill for this management of communication, right? uh, During discussion, uh, there's negotiation. You know, there's turn taking. Turn taking means, you know, you listen to for your turn, or maybe you don't listen for your turn, you just listen to your friends, and maybe there's some some ideas there in his or her response that is, parallel to your idea of thoughts. So you say, ah, yes, I like that idea. So that is actually the skill of managing a communication. Right? Okay, so enough about what is being assessed. Let's go to the this is what I've discussed to you, or I've explained to you about just now. Okay, when you talk about knowledge again, right? Uh, you need to justify your ideas. Let's say you talk about just now, um, okay, seeing the doctor regularly. Why? Justify it, right? You can have your opinion based on facts. Maybe you can have statistics. If you have read somewhere, maybe you can say, like, it's according to the, statistic from Ministry of Health. This much of citizens in Malaysia would go for checkup. You can have that kind of figure for your justification. And don't forget, part one is where you are actually involved, individual. So this is why the word individual there. You can actually relay or convey your personal experience relating to the issue at hand. Meaning, again, if you are talking about seeing the doctor regularly just now, you can say, so I have an uncle who actually was diagnosed with cancer stage 2. So he was actually very healthy before, but you can tell that, so that your point just now will back up the idea of seeing the doctor regularly. Okay. Okay, language there. See, I've written there, taking care of your grammar, especially the basic. Basic is that SVA, subject verb agreement. He is, he has, they have, they are. So those kind of basic grammar rules, right? Uh, Next, repeated vocabulary, meaning, are you repeating the words all over and over? In within the 2 minutes, you've spoken that word for what, 10 times, maybe. So that is not a good way to go, right? Or are you commonly? Oh, sorry. Or are use? Oh, sorry. Are you using commonly used words? Right. As I said just now, people. People are people, yes, but in the context of, for example, a court. Who are those people in court? You have judges, you have defense lawyer, you have witnesses, right? So those are the people in different contexts, right? Okay, next, for language, you can also, as I said just now, the simple structure, compound structure, or complex structures, right? Next, that management of communication, right? Communicative ability. We call it also communicative ability. So, what are those things? Are you confident? Yeah? Um, Now, how do you show confidence? Eye contact, maybe looking at each other, right? Okay, one word of advice: don't look at the examiners. I'm not saying the examiners will penalize you if you look at them. But remember, you are presenting the word. The question is you. You are going to give presentation to to class, right? Something like that. And later, I'll show you the question. Word for word. So if you're presenting, you don't look at one people only, right? So you have to look at all the people in front of you. So best that you look at your uh, fellow members, fellow candidates. Yeah. Body language. Now, it's not wrong if you have body language. Now, body language um, uh, will include something like eye movement, right? Head gestures. Sometimes you listen to a person and you nod, right? Yes, that's a body language saying that you kind of understand, maybe, right? For a teacher, for me myself, I have lots of body language. My students say I'm very animated in class. Okay, so why? Because I usually, like to um, emphasize it with my gestures. Something like, when I say, okay, remember this, like that, right? So, can you do that in Muet exam speaking? Sure, but don't overdo it. Yeah, don't overdo it. Which means like, you know. Uh, when you overdo, maybe you like, suddenly accidentally slap the person next to you, right? Okay, don't overdo it. As I said, moderation. Okay. Okay, so the last one would be, um, again, as I said, are you presenting or are you interacting? Now, when I say presenting, that is part one, right? When I say interacting, that is part two. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, this is where I would like for you to be, really attentive in your in listening to what I'm going to share with you. Yeah? Of course, this is not a foolproof strategy. Don't say that, oh, the examiner say this strategy should be used. No, this is just a recommendation, right? Okay, strategies for a speaking test. The first one, some strategies that can be applied is what I call peel strategy. Now, when you are, about to eat a fruit, mango, for example, you have to peel it to get to the best side, isn't it? Right? Or if you like drinking coconut, coconut water, coconut juice, right? You have to peel. Of course, it's not the peeling the same with the mango, but yes, you have to cut through to get to that best part. Uh, the same goes to the speaking question also. You need to go deeper to get to the best part, right? Okay, what is peel strategy? So the first P means state your point first. What is your point? What's the point here? Right? Okay, then you need to explain. E, the first E. Now, okay, I'll go through first. Remember, when you are explaining, you usually use the WH question. Why? What? When? How? You know, where? Where can I, implement this, for example, right? And then next E would be the examples. The example, explain the example. Now, it doesn't necessarily be in that order. Sometimes you give examples first, and then you explain. Or, it can be either way. It can also be elaboration. E can also stand for elaboration. Yeah? Now, whatever it is that you explain, you give example, you elaborate, those are all evidence to support your point, right? And lastly, don't forget, this is the one thing that usually candidates forgot to do. Yeah. What okay, lastly, link them together. Okay, let's take for example, again, seeing the doctor regularly, right? So when you state your point, you say, uh, to keep yourself healthy, you need to see the doctors regularly. Okay, so that's your point. Okay, uh, explain the why. Right? Okay, so you say, seeing the doctor regularly will give us the assurance that our health is in check, right? Uh, you can go regularly, maybe 6 months once. That is the when, right? Uh, for example, there you go to the example. Uh, if let's say you don't have any, known disease, or anyone around you is healthy, maybe your next of, your relatives are healthy and everything, uh, you need to go to the doctor, and just for a regular checkup. Okay, sometimes they take your blood pressure. That's an example, right? They check for the sugar in blood count. So what are the things that you do when you go to a doctor? Those are the examples, right? Okay, it doesn't mean you need to only use two e. What I mean is, okay, not one sentence to explain and one sentence for example. You can have a lot of e's. I always tell this my student, the longer the e you have, the better your explanation, right? Okay. And lastly, the link, right? How do you link all together? You can say like this. So when you do regular checkup, you check your blood pressure and all those, uh, you can be you can be sure that you are healthy, so therefore you keep yourself being healthy, by having a medical professional checking you up. See, you link the points, all the examples, the evidence there just now. Do your task again. All right. Okay. I think the next I have here is the sample situation. Okay, please, everyone, if you are listening, try to take note. I know most of you say, I will just snapshot, the script, or sorry, the slide and everything. But while when you are taking down notes, you are actually training your mind to capture or to understand what is the notes about, right? Okay, so here I have a situation. This is from the previous session. Not previous session. I'm not sure which year was that. Okay, so the situation is this: many tourists like to travel out of their country for a holiday because of many reasons. Okay, what are some of these reasons? Okay, so uh, of course the question is not colored like this. All right, the only thing that would be highlighted or in bold is just the different task. The reason is to taste food, to learn culture. That one would be in bold, all right? So, but here I want to highlight to you the question. Yeah? Sometimes the students, or candidates, yeah, they simply look at their task without looking at the situation. So they will talk about, okay, oh yes, tourists come to Malaysia. Suddenly they say come to Malaysia. Okay, but that's correct, because that means the tourists travel out of their country. Now remember, our local tourists also can travel out of Malaysia. All right, so be careful when you say they come to Malaysia. That is okay, but when you say, oh, we can go to Terengganu to eat nasi kerabu, we can go to Kelantan to eat the budu, all those things, right? So who is this we? Do you mean tourists, local tourists? So therefore, you are not actually answering the question. Right? So you okay, I'm saying this, I'm emphasizing this not because you are in trouble, but therefore, remember just now the content, you may not reach the best, or achieve the best content score. Understand? Right? So be careful. Look at the situation very carefully. Look at the task later. Yeah. So these two things that you have to look at, right? Okay. So we have this question. Yeah. If you're looking, right? So the reasons are, okay, one, to taste food. Second, to learn the culture. Three, or candidate C will experience the weather. eh? And candidate D will look at the scenery, right? Okay, let's look at this. Okay, this is where, right, I'm using the peel strategy to develop this point. Candidates A point. Yeah, the reason is to taste food. Okay, uh, are you with me now? Right, I'm using peel strategy to attempt that question just now. Right, and I'll take candidates A situation or task. So look at this. Okay, tourists travel out of their own country to have a taste of food at its best. Okay, so you have the point there, right? P there. Look at that. And then let's explain what you mean. When we mention some country's name, we normally associate them with the food they have. Okay, not still clear. Not, I mean, still unclear. What do you mean? What do you mean? Right? So you go ahead and explain more. Right? Some food enthusiasts, or foodies. Remember, I told you the second component that you are being assessed. What is it? Vocabulary, right? Vocabulary, language, in language. So these are the words that is associated with food. Foodies, food blogs, right? All those words. So here we look at the idea there. Some food enthusiasts or foodies who claim themselves as gourmet eaters. So, yeah, again, another vocabulary there, right? Would be likely to travel far and wide. Right? As I said just now, vocabulary doesn't mean bombastic words. It can also be in a form of phrase, traveling far and wide. What does it mean? They go through, the hassle of traveling, yeah, to travel far and wide, even catching a flight to foreign countries simply to bite into some famous local dishes or beverages. Right? So food doesn't always mean food. I mean, food, solid food. It can also be beverages in forms of beverage, right? Okay, for example, what is Italy famous for? This is explaining the first sentence just now. We are saying that, whenever we say this country, we will remember what food is associated with that country, right? Japan or even South Korea, right? These countries are easily associated for famous food known worldwide, like the pasta. Of course, Italy, right? Japan would be the sushi, and South Korea would be kimchi. That is, the direct link to their country. Okay, so this is what I mean by having to explain, to elaborate, and then to give examples. Yeah, PEE. So more E would be better. So let's look at the next slide. Okay, another E. Remember, uh, just now I mentioned to taste food and beverage, right? So let's take a look at France for another example. So a city of love and romance, they say. So use your general knowledge idea to, to be inserted in your response, to show that you are well read, meaning you read, meaning you read beyond your textbook. This is what we want to see, right? But don't forget that France is also known worldwide for its wine, right? Uh, it doesn't matter if you don't drink wine personally. Uh, the thing is, you have to know it's famous for its wine, right? The country has the biggest vineyards in the world, in fact. So that's another general knowledge, right? Thus, tourists can not only enjoy the wine but also the surrounding view. Now, of course, you don't explain more on that. You want to emphasize on the food and drinks that they can taste there, right? So, what other countries is famous for beverages? So here we have another example. This is an example, yeah. Besides France, besides France, okay, Vietnam is also famous for its beverage, the local coffee. Right, viral coffee, right? Okay, coffee addicts say this word, coffee addicts. That would be a plus point for your language, right? Say that Vietnam coffee has a distinct taste to it comparable to brand name coffee such as Starbucks or Coffee Bean. So this is general knowledge. What is the famous coffee brand name? So you know, right? Thus, don't forget, this is the link that I talk about. eh? Thus, it is undeniable that food tasting is one reason why tourists travel out of their country. Yeah, so everything is wrapped up nicely with that link. Now, do you understand? I hope you are following me. Okay, let's look at another sample, shall we? Okay, so this one, many people are having financial problems now. There is a need to save money in any way possible. Remember, look at the situation. That's why I have that in red. Of course, again, as I told you, um, in the booklet that you are going to receive during the exam, the only thing that will be bold in bold is your different task. The rest is just normal printing. So be careful. Look at those things also, right? So here we have what are there's a situation here. We are talking about financial problems, so we want to save money. So how do we do that? So one, eat home cooked meal every day, right? Logical. Secondly, limit our shopping trips. C, reduce our entertainment, right? And D, use public transportations. Huh? So for each and every points there, you should have your point. Your elaboration, right? So again, I'm going to explain to you the pill strategy, right? We will use candidate A's point, right here. So eating home cooked meals every day. Uh, Again, Peel, the first P, state your point first. Right? Eating home cooked meals every day is much cheaper. Why do I mention much cheaper? Because again, you look at the situation, you want to save money, right? This is what candidates are always making mistakes at. Yeah, they look at the task, they see eating home cooked meals. Oh, they go on and on about, oh, very hygienic, of course they say mention about cheap, or you can save money, but only at a pass, meaning they don't elaborate on that. And then they say, okay, you can cook your own meal here and there, but not linking it to the situation. That is wrong. Yeah. Okay, so this is why I wrote there, eating home cooked meals every day is much cheaper, talking about money, than eating out, thus saving our money on food, right? So you again, I mentioned to you just now, right? To elaborate, to justify, ask the WH question. Why? Why is it so? Why is eating home cooked meal saving our money? Okay, this is because meals cooked at home do not cost much compared to meals bought at a restaurant, right? So, uh, when you say it's cheaper, it means you are comparing it to something. Therefore, your point must be developed in comparison. Do you understand what I'm going at? Okay, when you compare, meaning you need to have two things, right? Okay, so here, home cooked versus restaurant food or takeout food, right? Okay, cooking at home means cooking for the whole family. This is the explanation. Imagine a family of five, okay, so the day's menu is spaghetti. Now, why do I put that? Ringgit Malaysia 30 and 40 ringgit. Huh? Why? Again, we are looking at saving money. So therefore, I'm comparing the total of grocery cost with the cost of eating out. Yeah. Okay. So we have that again. Later we have compare this. Right. There is the uh, explanation again. Yeah, maybe not so much of examples, but explaining. Yeah, so compare this cost to buying the same meal for the whole family at a restaurant. Again, remember, family of five, spaghetti, one you cook at home, one you buy outside, when you one you eat at a restaurant. Okay, a serving of spaghetti usually costs about 15 ringgit. So this is like, just a rough figure, right? And multiply this by and multiply this with 5%, because five people is having spaghetti at the same time, right? Now, isn't that a big difference? Then the cost you eat at home, right? So you are making a comparison. Okay, next. Okay, again, you explain some more, and don't forget, you are not only paying for the meal cost, you are also paying for the service tax, the government tax, and such. Right? So at the end, our meal outside would most probably cost around 100 ringgit. Right? So remember, your explanation is in comparison, right? So just now we have 30 and 40 ringgit. Compare it to 100 ringgit. So therefore, you save money, right? Again, this is only the cost for a day's meal. Are we okay to eat like this for a month, for a year? So remember when I say you are also looked at assess in the language where the aspect is language structure, right? So you have to remember sometimes a question can be a statement also, right? It's like a rubric question. What do we call that? A rhetoric question. Uh, Something that we know the answer of, right? Okay. So are we okay to eat like this for a year? For a month? Right? Okay. And then the linking, remember, don't just say and why so to the question, right? Looking at this calculation, therefore, eating home cooked meals every day will definitely save a lot of our money, right? So, therefore, it's achieved. The task is achieved, it's fulfilled. You are looking at eating at home, it saves money, right? Okay, so I hope you are all clear with the explanation just now. Okay, here I have another situation. Right, I remember. I know if I'm doing this, face to face, I have to put this question forward for you to try out yourself, right? But here, never mind. Yeah, it's the same thing. You need to know why you say this and that, right? Okay, situation three. Online shopping is very popular today. What are some of the advantages of shopping online? Again, this is another previous session question. Okay, you will talk about saving time, right? You will talk about saving money, you will talk about saving having more choices, and you can also talk about share items, information, and review, right? Okay, so look at this carefully. Don't just say, shopping online is saving time because, oh, you can do at home, when you wake up, you la, la, la. Okay, again, look at the question. It's an advantage, and tell to the examiner it is very popular. That's a question, right? Very popular today. Okay, so let's look at the response that I've created. Okay, still using the peel strategy. Yeah. Okay, point first. Shopping online can indeed save our precious time. You can add on, of course. So our time is precious, so you can say save our precious time. Again, how do you explain? WH question, right? How so? So this is because this is giving a justification. This is because shopping online cuts the time used to travel to and back from the shopping destinations. Huh? If we have to do our shopping online, offline, sorry, or face to face, right? Imagine if we need to go shopping during peak hours when traffic jams are everywhere. Right. So you go on again with the explanation. We can do our shopping conveniently at any time, right? And anywhere with just a few clicks of a button, right? We can even do online shopping when the shops are physically closed, right? Okay, what is more convenient about shopping online is that most shops also offer delivery services, right? So, which further saves our time. We don't need to bring the purchase bag, right? Okay, another uh, explanation. Again, this may not have a lot of examples, but explain, right? Shopping online also reduces our time queuing at the cashier, right? When shops offer special promotion and attractive discounts, there will be a huge crowd, and the process of paying at the item for the items at the cashier is a nightmare. All right, so you can put a little bit of drama element there. It's a nightmare, going to to pay for the purchase during sales or during promotion. Okay, the queue is normally very long, and waiting for our turn is surely going to waste our time, right? So the best solution to solve this problem is to shop online. So we give the solution, right? The online payment will not only save time, but also our energy waiting in a long line. In short, right? Shopping online indeed can save our time. Remember the link. Always remember the link. Go back to the question and say, this is why I say such and such. It's because of this. Yeah, macam tu. Right. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes I got very excited and looking at my students, looking blankly. Sometimes I code switch. Okay. Next. The next strategy. Right. So here I have uh, uh, this is my own concept actually. Yeah, don't relate this to anybody's uh, findings or anything, right? So I call it opposite scenario. This way, if it's not this way, then it's that way. All right. So, okay, what do I mean by this? Is this remember the question? Exercising is one way to make us healthy. Just now, the very first sample that I show you, right? So, what is the first thing that you have to do? Make your point first, right? P is still the same, right? By exercising, we are in the process of making ourselves healthy. Okay. Explain first. Dia ada E lah juga, ya. It should be, there should be explanation going on first, before you go to the opposite scenario. Now, why do I recommend opposite scenario? Because most of my students, when they have to talk for 2 minutes, they say, "Teacher, no more idea," and it's only 1 minute. So they have another full minute to 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 speak. Right? So I tell them, okay, why don't you use this opposite scenario? Meaning, okay, talk about this. Exercising has a lot of benefits. First, it makes us move. Being active is necessary for our joints. This and that. Da, 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 right? So we say it makes our internal organ functioning well. Okay, that's it. Why do I put opposite scenario there? Because you put the situation the other way around. Okay, what happened to our body if we do not exercise? See? This is another way of developing your responses. Yeah? So sedentary lifestyle means you are not actively moving. Thus, our lungs and hearts are not properly functioning as they are supposed to. Right? If you're not using it, actively, they are, just working there. Okay. Calories taken in the form of food may not be used, and it will be stored as fat, risking the occurrence of diabetes. See, that's the opposite scenario. If you don't do this, this will happen to you. Right? We do not only jeopardize our body, but also ruining our health at the same time. See? In short, to be healthy, needs you to be moving actively, right? So this opposite scenario is for you to further use to further use the whole 2 minutes, right? Simply said, penuhkan masa. Right? Remember, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please speak, the maximum of 2 minutes. I always tell my students, hey, you are paying for 150 ringgit, they are paying 150 ringgit. So please speak. If you speak like one sentence, lama, rugi lah. You are giving free money to MPM. Okay, so, that's the cost of, you sitting for the test. You need to be speaking, right? Don't be afraid of speaking. Don't be afraid of uh, telling your ideas. Okay, next, let's look at the opposite scenario. The point just now, the idea just now about shopping online, right? Online shopping saves time. So the same point maybe, but now you talk about the opposite scenario. Straight away go into, physical shopping, not virtual shopping, right? Which means, okay, you want to highlight that going shopping physically will take up a lot of your time. So therefore you explain something like this. Imagine doing your shopping physically, which means you need to get ready, drive to the mall or hypermarket, find a parking spot. So you can say finding a parking spot in KL is like finding a diamond in, by the beach. Right? So push your trolley or cart along the many aisles looking for the things you need. Right? Uh, so, all right, after searching for the whole 10 to 15 items on your shopping list, you need to pay for your purchase. Oh no, look at the long line at the cashier. And by the time you reach home with your purchase, you are all exhausted to even lift a finger. Now, if you did your shopping online, would you feel that tired? Right? So you are giving explanation in the opposite scenario. Of course, you can put, explanation about, doing online shopping and everything, but this is what I'm saying. You can insert OS or opposite scenario in between your explanation. Yeah? To have a very good detailed explanation. Remember, you have to be clear, right? So how to be clear? Explain more on your task. Yeah. Okay. Next, let's look at the common mistakes people or candidates mostly do in part one. Yeah, this is for individual presentation. Yeah. So, one, not using the full 2 minutes. Uh, this is always happening, even for my school students, even right. Therefore, I usually train them, right, uh, in class using the timer for look at the timer here. You cannot stop before you see the time ends. You have to train yourself to do that. You know Okay, number two, getting sidetracked by familiar words. Now, this I have not touched yet. Okay, let's go to the point where just now. What are we talking about? Okay, seeing the doctor regularly, right? So to be healthy, you need to see the doctor regularly. So now getting sidetracked by familiar words, meaning, okay, maybe just maybe you don't understand the meaning of regularly. So you think, oh, seeing doctor, okay, never mind. Okay, you see doctor, you take medicine, you do this, you do that, and the doctor say you need to rest, you give MCR. So you are getting sidetracked by that word. Just see doctor, right? But you don't see the whole context of keeping yourself healthy, checking yourself, to see the doctor. I mean, checking up with the doctor, right? Okay, so be careful. Again, don't forget to look at this whole situation. Like I said, online shopping saves sorry, not that one. Eating home cooked food, saves money. Now, without looking at the situation where it says people are having financial problems, so therefore they need to save money, you only look at, oh, eat home cooked meal. So you say eat home cooked meal is good because we prepare our own food. We know the nutrition value. It's very healthy, it's not dirty, no contamination, we don't get food poisoning. Yes, that's all correct, but where is it about saving money? So I leave you at that. Be careful. Don't get sidetracked. Don't get off tangent. Right? Okay. Next, cannot think at a macro level, meaning bigger, or be a global thinker. Now that's just a word that I created, global and local. What do I mean by this? Okay. Let's say you want to give an example. Don't just stop at Malaysia or at your school or at your college. You say, we students use computer to do this and that, to do assignment, to do presentation, this and that. You know, that is very micro level thinking. You are only thinking at a student, perspective, in a student's perspective. You need to be, this is what we meant by thinking out of the box. Go out of your student box. You are not only a student, you are also a resident of that community. You are also a citizen of a nation. Understand? Right? So why do I put that maturity? Only mature student can think of this. So, I'm letting you know now, you need to be, daring to think out of your student box. Yeah? Okay. Next. So what can the candidates do? Now I give you a little bit of solution, for the problems, the three problems that we have just now. Okay, if you're not sure of how do I fill the 2 minutes up, how do I know I'm okay with 2 minutes, right? So everything, whatever you say or present, make it last until 1 minute and 50 seconds. meaning the last 10 seconds. Why? That last 10 seconds, you save it for your conclusion, for your link. Remember? You can say, so therefore, seeing a doctor regularly, having your, bodily checkup and everything could keep yourself very healthy. 10 seconds. Just nice. Yeah? Okay. Okay, next. Getting sidetracked, remember? So this is very common. If you are not sure, you have to read and highlight the key phrases. Yeah? Okay. And lastly, as I said, think out of your individual box. Yeah? Put yourself in others' shoes. You are not student at a school. You are not just a student at a school or college. Yeah? So think as an individual, part of society or a nation. Right? Okay. Now let's go on to group two. Right? Okay. I hope I'm okay. My explanation is okay for part one part one individual presentation, right? So if you have any queries, just jot it down somewhere and later, yeah, you can post it during the Q&A, yeah, session. Okay, part two, group discussion. I know you are okay. I mean, I from my observation, many students like group discussion. Why? They think, there are three other speakers who can help him or her, right? Yes, that's true. But remember, it is still individual marks, meaning even though the three others help you, speak the most, have the discussion going on and everything. If you only say one sentence, you will not get the same as the others. Huh? Be reminded. It's individual marks, even though it's in a group discussion. Okay. So, what do you do? Remember the preparation time? Yeah, when you are given the question, the examiner will say you have 3 minutes to prepare. So what do you prepare? You of course you look at the question just now. You say, oh, the best way for whatever, right? Or the most important reason, or the most important factor, right? Everything is the ultimatum, meaning the best. What is the best, right? Number one, yes. What should you do? You choose the best option for you, right? Okay, you say, I think I'm going to choose this one as my best option, best reason, best whatever, right? But don't forget, 3 minutes, right? If you only concentrate on that one best option, you will lose in your uh, session later. What do I mean by this? You need to prepare for second and third best. Why? Now, remember, this is a group discussion where no, pre-planned, thinking is done. You sit there, you have the question in front of you, so you decide, okay, this is the best option for me. You have to remember the best for you may not be the best for the other three. Huh? So, therefore, prepare for the second and third best. Simplest instruction, I would say to my student, at least you have top three reason. Top three. So first one, second, and third. Prepare for those ideas. Prepare for those ideas. What am I going to talk about this and that, and then and if possible, make notes for both agree and disagree, meaning pro and con idea of that option. Understand? All right. Okay. Let us see what's next. Okay. This is what I meant by preparing the top three reasons or top three items. Yeah. Um, when you're given these 5 points here, of course, the first thing you do is choosing the best. Okay. So therefore, I wrote there, oh, I think education is number one for me. So you write there the explanation. Education is key to all problems, correct? To solve whatever problem in the world is actually education. Educating the person, the people, about how important this and that, whatever, right? Okay, right there, a little bit of notes. And then which one do I go next? Yeah. So be careful. If you only prepare for one point, later in the discussion, when people present other points, you say, oh no, what am I going to say? What am I going to agree or disagree with this point? Yeah. So next point, this is my sample. So I think having more doctors is the best, to improve healthcare. So I wrote there. Number two, can treat more people. By having more doctors, you can treat more people, of course, right? And uh, by having more doctors, I don't have to wait long. Yes, especially you can write more and more and more. Meaning 3 minutes. You need to have keywords there, key ideas there. Maybe you say, especially in rural areas, not many doctors. What else? You write there, maybe more specialists even, right? Not many specialists, especially in chronic disease, a common chronic disease in Malaysia like diabetes. You write there. Yeah, you prepare those things. For me, then number three, remember top three, right? Top three, prepare for the top three reason. So I think maybe number three is cost of medicine. Cost of medicine, I think should be lowered. So you put there lower cost of medicine. Maybe you can say, oh, maybe government can subsidize it. Therefore, it is affordable for all levels of people, all walks of life. And then you say cost of people, cost of medicine. Maybe have not just cost, maybe cost and quality of medicine. See, you put more and your own idea in, right? Why is this important? Okay, why in group discussion, there's an aspect where the examiner will look at whether you use many points in the uh, mind map, or you simply concentrate on one. Right? So if you have more discussion about more points there, that should be a plus point for you. Everyone got that? The more points that you touch during the discussion would be a plus point for you, right? And even so, if you give your own idea in, yeah, maybe you can say, okay, let's see what is not in here. Okay, maybe you can say more R&D, research and design. You say, maybe we have more research and design about, research and development, R&D, research and development about medicine or about treatment. Therefore, you have your own idea. That is again another plus point for you. Okay? Okay, I hope everyone is following there. Okay, next, let's look at it. Now, that is what you do. Okay, I'm going back. This is what you do before the discussion. Okay, everyone? Before the discussion, prepare top three reason. Have the pro and con ideas there. Right. Next, this is what happened during the discussion. What should you do? Sometimes I see students who are not clear of what to do, how to begin and everything, right? Okay, discussion is discussion. So perhaps one would be the uh, initiator. huh? Remember, initiator means somebody to begin the discussion, not the host. Yeah. Please remember, there's no host in group discussion. What do I mean by host? You are the one who's questioning. You are not giving any of your ideas in. You are not contributing. Yeah, you simply say, okay, good morning, now we are going to discuss this and that. Okay, candidate A, what do you think about this point? So the candidate A goes on and on. Okay, thank you. Candidate B, what do you think? That is a host. So we do not need a host. We want a contributing speaker. Everyone should speak uh, equal amount of turns. Yeah. Now, it's 8 to 12 minutes. I've already seen in my training with my students. Yeah, ideally, and remember the word is ideally, not in fixed set rules. Ideally, everyone should be speaking twice or more. Yeah. So again, I repeat, ideally, everyone should be speaking twice or more. Okay, why more? Perhaps your turn is short. Maybe you say something a little bit, short, and then you pass to other people. You say, okay, what do you think about my idea there, everyone? So everyone, jump in and talk, right? And then you take back the turn, and then again, a short response, and then you should have more. If you should have more turns if your response is short. Okay. But if your what do you call that, your turn is long, then it's ideal that you speak for 2 minutes. Sorry, two turns and above, right? Okay, next, address. Okay, sorry, I digress there. What do you do during the discussion? First, listen first and then respond. Why do I say this? There's a lot of candidates going on saying, I agree with you, and then going on with whatever he or she prepares. When in actuality, the whatever you say has no connection, with the first presenter just now. So you need to listen, and then respond, right? Always address the ongoing issues discussed, meaning whatever the previous speaker is speaking. Like for example, I'm talking about cost of medicine just now, right? So I say cost of medicine should be lowered, I think, because therefore everyone can afford that, even the B40 groups, right? You can use that idea. That is general knowledge, right? So B40 will not be secluded in this, medical field. Sorry, in medicine, they are not secluded. They can afford to buy their medicine, or can afford the medicine and everything. So, what do you think? I pass it to another person, right? So that other person should address the cost of medicine first. Maybe the person have a different idea. Maybe the person say, I see your point about cost of medicine. I know why you want it lowered, the cost of medicine to be lowered, but I think we must consider the quality. I'm afraid if we lower the cost of medicine, we will get poorer quality medicine. Do you get what I mean? You address that one point first, and then you go on to your own point. Now, saying that, you can continue. But I think I want to talk about more hospital. Building more hospital is a better way to improve healthcare in Malaysia. So that is what it should be. Yeah, address the ongoing issues first, and then go on to your own issue, the issue that you want to present. uh, and next, you should be diplomatic, not autocratic. There are some candidates who are very not, I'm not so manipulative, very controlling, right? So this is not good, right? Remember, this is a discussion, not a debate. Yeah, you shouldn't be, cutting, what do you call it, cutting ideas, cutting people's ideas in the middle of sentence or anything. Yeah. So perhaps listen. That's why the first thing is listen first, then respond. Yeah, listen to the end. Or perhaps maybe the person has a blocked idea somewhere, so you can say, May I interrupt? That is okay. But if you are interrupting every time, that is not you know, recommendation to recommended behavior to do. Yeah, during group discussion. Okay, let's see what's next. Okay, part two. Yeah, the mistake that is frequently observed. Right. Uh, One, they present the whole argument in full 2 minutes or longer. What do I mean by this? You know, when a person, okay, let's say I'm the initiator. Okay, I say, good morning, everyone. We are going to discuss now the ways of healthcare in Malaysia to be improved. How can um, healthcare in Malaysia be improved. So some of the ways that I can see here is having more doctors. So this person talks, about having more doctors, so long. Eh? That is not recommended also. Remember, this is a discussion, not a mini presentation. Okay? Okay, this is what happen usually. They talk and talk for the whole 2 minutes, and then pass on to somebody. Somebody also say, you know, 2 full minutes again, right? So it's like very draggy, very very tiring to listen to your presentation when you can actually makes it lively. A discussion should be lively, should be, yes, what do you think, candidate A? Yes, and then you say, yeah, yeah, I like your idea, but I don't think, okay, and then somebody, interrupt you. May I have, your attention? Oh, yes, yes, what is it? You should do that. That is a discussion. Yeah, that is a natural discussion. When you are presenting 2 full minutes and longer, that's unnatural. Yeah. Okay, next. Uh, Many of you would say this. I agree with you, but okay. Now, either you agree or you don't. Actually, you cannot say I agree with you, but what you can say maybe like when a person present the idea, you don't agree. You have a different, totally different idea. So you would say something like, "Oh, I get you. What you mean? I get what you mean." So you understand that the point, but you don't say I agree. If you agree, you don't say but. Okay. Okay. Next. Okay. This is what I mentioned just now. Yeah. Remember, a discussion is not a mini presentation. I have to say this. Sometimes the examiner will have to prompt you. Eh? They will say, please talk to each other. Right? Again, discussing. It's like you discussing on where to eat after this. Right? Hey, where do we want to go and eat? Hey, it's long that we have not eaten maybe Thailand, Thailand food, right? Thai food. Yeah, let's go. And somebody Thailand food. No, 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 you don't say to your friend something like this. Let's go to Thai food. It is because Thai food is very healthy. Panjang 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 kan. It's very unnatural to do that. So you just say, hey, it's long. It's been ages since uh, it's been ages since we it's been ages since we eat Thai, right? And I miss spicy, and then you just say a little bit only. Huh? Okay. How about I partially agree? When you say I partially agree, right? When you say I partially agree, you have to, what do you say? Hold on. I forgot to silence my phone. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. When you want to say I partially agree, you say like this. Okay, let's say about the cost of medicine just now, right? Okay. Okay, the person has finished about cost of medicine should be lowered. Can be afforded by everyone. So that person would say, Yes, I partially agree with you. Yes, cost of medicine. You agree first, yeah. The cost of medicine should be lowered because you know B40 group is the biggest group in our in our nation. It's recommended to do that. But see, barulah pergi ke therefore you can go to another thing, another issue. Understand? Ah, you have to address whatever is being discussed first. Okay, I partially agree. Let's see about about maybe how. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't give you more sample of question two. Okay, let's go to healthcare just now. The healthcare question. Okay, you say somebody is talking about education. Okay, educating people should be the way to resolve all problem, especially when you want to uh, improve healthcare. So when you educate people the importance of uh, taking care of health, therefore many people will be healthy, eating healthily, living healthily, exercising, maybe emphasize on exercising after this, and therefore I think that's why education should be the best way for Malaysian healthcare to be improved. Okay, you go in, you say, yes, I agree with you there. Education is indeed solving a lot of problems in Malaysia. However, you have to address that part of point first. You don't say I partially agree but simply I partially agree with you but I have another reason. All right, so that is not addressing partially, you know. You have to agree to that person first, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, yeah. Okay, then we go on to next thing, yeah. Again, let me emphasize to you, group discussion is not a mini presentation. Yeah, everyone, please, no presentation. Don't. Now, many of my students say this, teacher, but I've prepared so long, already. I have 3 points already. Don't present all 3 points at a go, right? Uh, Remember, if you have 3 points, better you can present at three turns, at three times even. Ah, this is what you should do. That's why I say, prepare top three reason, top three. I mean, best of three options, and then present it one by one, not at one go. Yeah, don't talk it. I know it's not all in one, and then that's it. Remember again. Remember back in the what do you call that, component of assessment, right? The fine tune in communication is that, you know, you negotiate with others. When negotiating, you don't lay your cards at one go. Okay, if you're playing, like to play cards, you don't just open up all your cards and say, see, I got this. No, you you know do this one by one. All right, so that is what you should do. All right. Okay, number two, remember the second here I go back to the when you say I agree with you but, I agree with you but, right? So what I want you to use now is I see your point. You just say I see your point there, yes, yeah. Meaning I hear your point, but however, then refute. This is what I meant by acknowledge first and then refute. Yeah, acknowledge first then refute. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes, yeah. Okay, so I see your point. What is it? I understand how where you get this, right? Among the phrases that you should use. Now, this is where actually we uh, see how the speaker is actually what do you call this? Are they able to interact with each other confidently? Yeah, meaning, if you just say, I agree with you, but I have a different idea, which shows that actually you are not confident to see eye to eye first, and then you argue, right? uh, it does the saying, you know you agree to disagree. You agree first, and then you develop your argument, right? You develop your response, or you present your ideas, right? Okay, let me go to question 2. Okay, here. Okay, yeah, because I need for you to focus on this mind maps, right? Okay, let's say, yeah, you've already used, you have already, okay, this is what happened usually. Let's say all of you, the four of you, at one time, I meaning, after everyone is talking, everyone agrees on education suddenly, right? We said is, maybe, okay, the initiator say something about education is this, and da, 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 and then this person say, yes, coincidentally, I have the same idea. Education is actually the key to solve all this problem, so we can improve this, da, 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 da. Okay, and then another candidate say, actually, I have the same idea. Education is also the key, da, 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 da. Or education is important to do this. And then even the last person say, yes, I have the same idea, education. So what to do, right? Remember, you have 8 to 12 minutes to fill. Takkan you dah diam je, okay, we conclude. No, right? Okay, what should you do in, what do you call that? In situation like this, where everyone is agreeing on one point at the very first 2 3 minutes. Right? Okay. This is what I suggest you do. Remember, more points for you if you touch on other things. Okay. Somebody should say something like, okay, I think we've agreed on education as being the best way to improve our healthcare in Malaysia. Okay, let's put that aside. Let's look at other things that we haven't discussed yet. Ah, this is another strategy. You go to the points that you haven't touched, and then you say, okay, let's look at more doctors. Why don't we, agree that more doctors is the way to improve healthcare? You know, and then that's why, I say just now, I mentioned to you just now, prepare both pro and cons. Yeah, agree agreeing point, or agreeing argument, and disagreeing argument together. So therefore, the next round, even if everyone is agreeing on one point already, discuss the points that you don't choose. See? Yeah, you say, okay, I think I don't choose more doctors as one way of having healthcare, but because nowadays I think, it's enough doctors already. It's just that maybe we are not, we do not have enough specialists. uh, Doctors can be many, but when you don't have specialists, especially in common chronic disease in Malaysia, then therefore it's still not improved. The healthcare in Malaysia is not improved. So having more doctors doesn't guarantee, see, doesn't guarantee that healthcare can be improved, right? Okay, next, maybe somebody say, yeah, I agree with you there. You're having doctor, da, 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 da. Okay, then you still have time, right? So talk about other things, talk about other things. And then, when you are about to finish, maybe you can link everything back to education. You can say something like this. Well, to have more doctors, actually, we have to have good education. Education where maybe science and technology, or maybe science should be emphasized nowadays. You can say a little bit about education. Nowadays we can hear that not many students like to enroll in science, pure science subjects, right? So if you don't tackle this education issue, you cannot have more doctors even, right? So somebody have to see that link. Sometimes not everyone can see the link. Maybe that one person can be able to see that link. All right. And then talking about course of medicine, how can we link it to education? Okay, talk about this. Okay, even if the cost of medicine is affordable, is lowered, you know again, I've heard from an article. You cannot heard from article, an interview. I've heard from an interview in this radio, right? Many people do not finish their medicine. I mean, whatever the doctor gave as prescription, or yes, prescription, they did not finish that. So therefore, it's a waste of effort to for us to make the cost of medicine lowered. See, so we have to educate. See again about education, right? We have to educate the common people, the citizen, about the importance of finishing prescription, or about importance of what regularly taking your medication. See, again, everything goes back to education. Very nicely done. You see, right? And then train nurses better. Again, how do you train them? Education. Hospital buildings. Who build these hospital buildings? Engineers. How do you train engineers to build hospital buildings? Education, right? So let's say we look at the idea of, okay, let's have more hospital buildings, shall we, to improve our healthcare in Malaysia? Yes, we should have a smart building, say, right? Now we have all this smart this and smart that, right? So we have a smart hospital building where maybe the alarm will automatically sound, or goes on when somebody is in trouble, or this and that, or whatever it is. Yeah, you can come up with this idea of smart building, smart hospital building. Therefore you say, okay, how can these smart hospital buildings be built? Who build them? Engineers, construction workers, of course. But who teaches all these people to to build that nicely, efficiently, or safely? Some hospital building may not be safe no more, right? So you can say, okay, therefore we have to educate these you know workers, these engineers, to have a better, or architects, right? Architects, yes. Engineers pula, I forgot. Architects. So this architect to have this blueprint of a smart building, right? So again, it's back to education, right? Again, I repeat, yeah, what I've said just now. If, let's say, in the first minute, everyone is agreeing on one point, takkan you not finish at 3 minutes, right? So the rest of the time for your discussion, talk about other things in the mind map. Yeah, remember, MPM doesn't give you 5 points there for you to just look at them. Right? Okay, discuss it. Discuss it smartly. Try to have it. Not condemning the points, but you say this point is not very suitable because this might happen. This might happen. Right? Okay. So can everyone understand that? What to do? Okay. How to do conclusion? Right. So I see some students may, even my students sometimes, if they are just training with me, they would say, teacher, how to do conclusion, or who should who should do the conclusion. Okay, anybody, remember, anybody should initiate, and could initiate, and anybody also could finish or conclude the discussion. Okay, if you have one common reason, one common idea agreed upon by all candidates, then you can say, in conclusion, I think we have come to a unanimous decision that education is the best way for healthcare in Malaysia to be improved. Thank you, everyone. Habis, right? So that is if we have one single point agreed upon, right? Now, what if you are torn between maybe two, say, education, to say something else, or two and two, I mean, 50-50. You can say, something like this. I think we are divided. Uh, uh, we are divided in the decision. We have 2 points actually, that we think the best is the best way for the healthcare in Malaysia to be improved, which is education and whatever, one more, right? If, let's say, everyone is agreeing on different ideas, okay, uh, you have to have a group discussion, a group decision, that is to decide that we don't agree on one thing. So how to say it nicely, you can say something like this. It seems that we are all divided into different point of views. We couldn't come to one decision about which is the best way to for healthcare in Malaysia to be improved. Therefore, we end this discussion here. Macam tu je. Yeah. So you just say some simple like that. Yeah. Maybe you are divided into 2 points, or maybe you have different ideas. Yeah. If there are three against one, yeah, so you can say most of us agree that this is the idea, but I know, uh, there's also an idea that this is the best way for me. Thank you. You thank everyone, for their responses. Okay, am I making myself clear? I hope everyone is clear. Anything that you don't understand, anything that you are unclear of, later, yeah, the moderator will uh, cue on, will give a signal on Q&A question, sorry, a session. Okay, right. uh okay, let's discuss, okay, one more idea. I forgot to mention, or have this in slide. Okay, this is it. I want to show you how thematic link is observed in part one and part two. Part two. Sorry, part two is thematically linked from part one. Okay, let's say the idea just now, right? About health, of course, healthcare. We look at this. Yeah. What do you think? If the question is this, part one, travel, tourists traveling out of the country because of many reasons, this is the reason. What is part two question? What do you think? Now, look at the keywords. Tourists, country, own country, out country, right? Okay, so part two, the question here is how to encourage local tourism. Ah, I remember this time, or this session, the question is how can the government encourage local tourism uh, uh, Yes, local tourism in Malaysia. In Malaysia, of course, right? Okay, so there are a few things given there. Facilities, meaning you have to have good facilities for local tourists to come, or to visit. Spots in local tourist sites. Facilities, price, services. So all those. Remember, yeah. Part two question is sorry. Part two question cover the bigger issue. This is tourists traveling out of the country for many reasons, individual reason. I want to taste the food. I want to learn the culture. I want to experience snow. All right. I want to see sakura blooming. To see the scenery. Right. So that is individual. Now remember, part two is bigger, global. I cannot say global. I mean bigger scope. So how can government encourage local tourism in Malaysia? So now it's bigger. You are looking at Malaysian context. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at this question. Having financial problem, right? And then can save money. So individually, you can eat at home. Eat home cook, limit shopping trips, reduce entertainment, using public transportation. Now, what is the second or part two question? Finance, saving money, right? So it's something about. Let me see if I'm not mistaken. How can who is responsible to encourage saving habit in the young. Ah, who can encourage the saving habit in the young people? So there's school, there's parents, there's teachers. So it's bigger now, right? So it's action taken by bigger society, bigger context. Okay, and that's part two for this question. Look at the last one. Online shopping is very popular today. What are some of the advantages of shopping online? So, shopping online, this is the reason of individual people, right? Uh, Saving time. I save time. I can save money. I can have more choices and everything. So, the part two question is about how can the nation be careful of online scams? So we have, check reviews, look for trusted brands, and all those things. Yeah. Okay. I think the Q&A question is about to start. Let me just finish off my. Okay. With another wise word from Dale Carnegie. He said, only the prepared speaker deserves to be confident. So if you're prepared, don't worry, you'll be confident. Huh? Okay, and thank you for your attention and good luck, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, Puan Feruzi, for the insightful and valuable guidelines just now. It was indeed a very enlightening session. I think not only for the students, for us lecturers, I'm sure some of us are listening to your tips and strategies as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I hope the students will be able to benefit from the tips and strategies shared today and apply them in their Muet speaking test. All right,
Yes.
and now we will open the session for the question and answer session. All right, students, if you have any questions, please type them in the chat box provided. All right, there is one. Yeah, madam, how is the transition to the conclusion so it won't be awkward? Okay.
Okay. First, what conclusion are we talking about? Is it part two? I think it's part two, right? Conclusion.
Mhm.
Okay. So how do you wrap everything up? Okay. Okay, everyone is talking, right? So if you look at the time, if the time is given there, you can actually, smoothly say that, okay, I think the time is up. We need to have a group decision or group conclusion now. Okay, so then everyone would stop, and okay, whoever wants to do the conclusion can do so. So I would say that would be the best. But if, let's say, everyone is like silent, everything is, not moving on, then you should, somebody should go, get should uh, be the initiator, and saying, is there anyone who wants to speak any, more? Because if not, I think we can make a group conclusion now. See, so you have to look at, you read the situation first.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we do sometimes, come across, yeah, when we did some practices with the students.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like a time where, suddenly everybody,
Silent.
so silent. Yeah. All right. Any more questions?
What should I
All
do if I
right.
don't understand someone's
Yeah.
point during this? Okay. First of all, this is one skill, to check comprehension, meaning you checking your own comprehension to with other people's response. So maybe say, okay, candidate B, what do you mean by making it affordable to people when just something, that's why I say you need to listen. Yeah, when you listen, therefore you know, oh, this part I don't quite understand this person, so repeat those point again. Yeah, you say, okay, what do you mean, can you clarify what do you mean by this word or this phrase or this sentence? All right. Of course, I understand you cannot make any notes there. That's why you need to listen and make a mental note there. Yeah, make an effort to listen, and remember those phrases or those sentences that you are not quite sure of. Okay. 3 points regarding, okay. Oh, okay, given topic, okay. Explaining, giving example, 1 point will affect. No, okay. What I told my students were actually, 2 minutes. It's ideal for you to have 1 minute each for 1 point. But all right, if you can actually speak for 3 points, that's even better, right? Only be careful that it is not a touch and go points. What do I mean by touch and go point? You say, okay, something like this. We have to keep healthy by eating the right food like vegetable, fruits, and lesser fat. And we shouldn't eat. And then, there's a lot of points there, but you only say it in a list. This is what we do not want. If you have prepared 3 points, it's okay. And if you can explain and giving 1 point, one example at 1 point, it's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, it will not affect your mark. I mean, meaning, it depends on the points, the example or the explanation. Actually, if the explanation is good enough, I think, uh, you know, one example is enough already. Right? It doesn't mean you have to have 3 examples. This is not a fixed rule. It's just a recommendation that what you should do. Huh? Don't worry. Okay, can we write down? Um, it is actually a fixed instruction that you are all to stop writing after the 3 minutes preparation. No more writing points. That's why it's called a discussion. You are not. This is where I say you have to listen, because remember, when you are writing down your arguments and everything. You are not like listening. Yeah. So listen, and it's okay for you to have a little bit of, stutter here and there. It's natural for a discussion, especially it's something like impromptu discussion. uh, it's natural to have that, all that, yeah. So no, you cannot write down your points when others are talking in the discussion. No.
Sorry, Peperiksaan. Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Sorry, sorry. No, this is also, so sorry about that. All right. This question is about when, in a discussion, right? So they shouldn't be writing anymore. I had one question from my student yesterday, whether they can write when, if for the individual presentation, when one candidate is presenting, can they write?
Still cannot.
Still
Yeah.
cannot, yeah?
uh-uh.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
because it's unfair. Let's say if it's
Mm,
candidate, he's candidate D, right? So he's waiting for A, B, C to finish. If he is allowed to write, he'll has he has the longest time to write now. So it's not
yes.
fair. uh, you are all given 2 minutes, so make full use of that 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Any more questions? Okay. So it seems that that's all the questions that we have today for this session. Thank you so much, Point Farizi, for answering all the questions. And I believe that we are all very well informed now on how to approach or how to approach our Muet speaking test or the student speaking test. All right.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the UITM APB Collaborative Teaching Committee, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Puan Faruzi, yeah, for taking the time to conduct this wonderful session, sharing session on this lovely Saturday morning. All right, to all students, please remember to scan the QR code session. Sorry, the QR code for this session to record your attendance. Yeah, and this will be included in your co-curriculum marks. All right. Okay. So
Okay.
all right. So we're having another session after this. All right, students, please stay tuned for our next session on listening skills, starting at 10 a.m. Puan
Okay.
Farizi, thank
Thank
you so much
you.
again. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Okay. It's my pleasure to share. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and good luck.
All right. Thank you. Bye
Yeah.
bye.
Bye.
welcome back to our second session. We had a very enlightening session from Juan Ferozi earlier on with the Muet speaking assessment. And now we would like to welcome again for the second session, this is the third time around for our webinar with Asasi, in collaboration with the UITM APV Collaborative Initiative. Uh, okay, just let me run through her CV, her credentials. Yeah, Fatima holds Master of Arts Master of Arts from the University of Durham, UK, with special reference to English language teaching, and a Bachelor of Arts in Language Studies from the University of Essex. Right. Okay. So this is the third time, I believe, Prof. We are so privileged to have you here. Uh, my name is Mr. Academy, Central Foundation Studies, Technology Mara, MK, and you have to organizing committee. I will be the moderator of section here. How to score in your listening test. So we have teachers and students and academics on board. We are on the hype, right? And before we also need to a little bit about her past experience as a devoted, dedicated researcher and innovator. She's currently teaching at the Center of Academic Partnerships and Engagement, Cape University of Nottingham, Malaysia. And as she's also augmented in the Muet related activities, including the advancement of new teaching materials, grading, and the training of trainers, yeah, researching and designing the new Muet CFR Alliance syllabus, including developing micro-content videos, developing websites specific to the Muet test. In the meantime, she also published lots of papers on Twitter. So, the most privileged to have her to continue our Muet section today. How to score in your Muet listening test. So, I trust on board our YouTube platform takes advantage of this knowledge gaining experience from our subject matter expert. Okay, so Prof. Fatima, without further ado, I'd like to pass you the mic. Over to you. Let's welcome Associate Professor Fatima Putih from the University of Nottingham,
Okay,
Malaysia.
thank you, Mr. Imran Daniel, for the for the information about me. Okay, first of all, welcome to all of you who are online now listening to what I will be sharing with you as far as the listening paper is concerned. Yeah, so as I've mentioned many times in the past with the other groups, the listening paper is the paper that you should be scoring in. Okay, so without further ado, I think I will just start off my um, slides sharing session with all of you, because we can't afford to waste time. We have very limited time, because at the end of my input, I'm going to give you a hands-on experience to give you the feel of what the listening paper will be like. Okay, without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start off. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'll be sharing with you, these will be the things. One, I'll be sharing with you the structure of the listening test. It's very important for you to be familiar with the structure, because you don't want surprises during the test itself. Then this will be followed by skills that you should be focusing on. You still have time, because there's about a month or close to a month before the actual exam that you will be sitting for. So you have sufficient time to focus on some of the skills that I'll be highlighting to you. Perhaps, with these skills, with this knowledge, and perhaps, training yourself in these skills, perhaps, you will be able to breeze through your listening paper. And that will be followed by some tips, okay? Tips on how to score well in this listening paper. And last but not least, as I promised earlier on, I'm going to share with you a hands-on practice on what to expect on the actual day of the listening paper for Muet. Okay. Okay, the Muet listening test. Okay. With this new syllabus, the good thing is that the weighting for our listening paper is 25% instead of the 15% in the past. So with 25%, and listening paper is considered to be the easiest of them all. Okay. So if you can score 20%, at least 20% out of 25%, you are talking about, band 4 at least in your hand, provided you score, some you get some scores, average scores in the other papers, okay? Because this carries 25% already. And the duration of our listening paper will be approximately 50 minutes. And the good thing is you will be allowed to listen to each of the texts twice, okay? There will be a total of 7 texts altogether, and these 7 texts will be divided into 5 parts. And parts 1 to part 4, there will only be 1 text each. However, for part 5, there will be 3 short texts. Okay, and the type of text you can expect in our Muet listening test will only be either a dialogue or a monologue. Only those. And if it is a dialogue, it can be a conversation between 2 people. And it will never be, a conversation between more than 2 people. As I said, it will be a dialogue. It can be a conversation, it can be an interview, and it can be a discussion between 2 people only. And another type of text you can expect in our Muet listening paper will be in the form of monologue. And if it's a monologue, it can be a lecture, it can be an announcement, it can be a talk, it can be a briefing, it can be some instructions given by someone. The total number of questions will be 30 altogether, and the question types will be 3 option MCQ and 5 option MCQ. I'm sure you are all very familiar with 3 option MCQ, but for our Muet listening test, for question 15, 16, and 17, instead of being given 3 options, you'll be given 5 options altogether. Okay, when you go through the hands-on experience later on, you will know what we mean by this 5 option MCQ. All right, allow me to move on. Okay, this is the structure of the listening test. As you can see on your far left, you have the easiest. It starts from the easiest to the most difficult. So part 1 is supposed to be the easiest of them all, and part 5 is supposed to be the most challenging part of your listening test for Muet. So part 1, okay, will always be a dialogue, okay? The text type, the one that I'm showing you now, it will always remain the same regardless of when or which session of Muet you'll be taking. It will always be part 1, a dialogue, and then part 2 will be a monologue, part 3, a monologue. But for part 3, notice that I put in bracket, monologue spoken by 3 speakers. Okay, when I get to that part, I will give you detail of that. And part 4 will be a dialogue, part 5 will be a short dialogue. Okay, the CFR level, as I said, it starts from the easiest. So for part 1 will be between A2 and B1. And for part 5, it will range between B2 and C1. So part 5, there'll be 3 dialogues. The first dialogue will always be at the level of B2, and the second and third dialogue will always be at C1 level. So this is the most challenging part of our Muet listening test. And the text length, as you can see, they range between 600 to 650. I will not go through the detail each one. You can take a look at the screen there. The only thing is that for part 3, it is slightly shorter, whereby the total of the monologue spoken by the 3 speakers, okay, will be between 300 to 400 words only. So if speaker one speaker one may use up to 100 to 120 words. So will be speaker 2 and speaker 3. Okay, and then for part 5, this is again slightly shorter as compared to part 1, 2, 3, part 1, 2, and 4, whereby for part 5, there will be 3 dialogues, as I said earlier on, but each of these dialogue will range between 250 to 300 words. Fairly short. There will be, because it is a dialogue, it's going to be an interchange, but the interchange between the 2 speakers, there won't be many. Okay, there won't be many interchange. The most will be each speaker will have the chance to speak 3 or 4 times only. Okay, so as for the number of questions, part 1 7, part 2 7, part 3 3. So part 3 3, why there will be 3 speakers, a monologue spoken by 3 speakers. So for each of the question, it will be asking you a question about each of the speaker. There are 3, so that's why there are 3 questions for part 3. For part 4, there will be 7 questions, and part 5, there will be 6 questions. Okay, notice that I've mentioned earlier on, for part 5, you have 3 short dialogues. And each of these short dialogues, there will be 2 questions only. And each of these short dialogues, they are totally different. The theme, the content, the topic will be different from one another as compared to part 3. Part 3, 3 speakers, but each of the speaker will be talking about the same topic. Part 5, no. Part 5, the topic will be totally different. All right. Okay. Now let me move on to the skills that you need to focus on. Because with these skills, it will help you to ease the process of identifying what you should be looking out for the questions that will be given for the listening paper. First skill is listening for signpost words. Get yourself familiar with signpost words. Okay, what are signpost words and what are the functions of signpost words? Okay, signpost words are used. This is especially relevant, especially beneficial to help listeners to follow the structure and flow of the information given. Okay, signpost words, okay, can indicate transition. Transition, you're moving from one point to another. You're moving from one part to another. Or signpost words can be used or are commonly used to emphasize points. Okay, and then they are also used to clarify relationships between ideas, to show the cause and effect, for example, the process, for example. So these are the functions of signpost words. What are some examples of signpost words? These are words such as accordingly, as a result, for example, in brief, in addition, in conclusion, most importantly, firstly, finally. These are some of the more common signpost words. There are many more that you can get yourself familiar with. Okay, to give you a feel of what or how signpost words are being used in a monologue, I'm showing you on the screen now a very short speech by Mr. Gupta on talking about renewable energy. Okay. Today, I will discuss the importance of renewable energy. First, okay, look at the function first. So as soon as you hear the word first, you know that he is going to talk about the first point, We will look at the current state of the fossil fuels. Next, okay, knowing the function of next, you know that, okay, now Mr. Gupta wants to move on to the next main point that he will be talking in his, that he will be giving in his talk. And finally, I will present some case studies. So notice the function of the word first, next, finally, in this particular example here. Okay. Now, to begin with, fossil fuels are depleting at an alarming rate. So the signpost word, okay, to begin with, signal to you that, okay, now Mr. Gupta is elaborating on his first point, to begin with, okay, and then he add the word moreover, and the use of the word on the other hand, and for instance, okay, in conclusion and therefore. So notice that, okay, the presence of these words, these are the things that you should be focusing on when you listen to the listening text. Why? Because, the presence of these words which I have put in red now, okay, signal to you the transition of idea, signal to you the development of the idea, tells you that Mr. Gupta is going to give an example, he's going to give a contrast, he's going to conclude, etc., etc. So what you should be focusing on is understanding the first is understanding these signpost words and understanding the function. What is the function of these signpost words? Once you know the function of these signpost words, then it will be easier for you to follow the development of idea, and you can very quickly pinpoint to what the point that you should be looking out for the various questions that you will be asked in the listening test. Okay, allow me to give you an example of how signpost words are being used in the dialogue. Is between Mr. Smith and Miss Jenkins. I think we should start by discussing the budget of our project. First, we need to outline our main expenses. And Miss Jenkins' reply is, I agree. Secondly, and then later on, Mr. Smith used the word furthermore, and in addition, and finally. So notice that, okay, the presence of the words which I have highlighted in red there makes it easier for you to follow the development of the dialogue. At the end of the day, at the end of, this interchange between Mr. Smith and Miss Jenkins, okay, you will know how many points exactly were discussed between the two of them in the short interchange that they had. And each of these signpost words play its function, play its role very clearly, so that it will be easier for you to follow these kind of thoughts. So what I'm suggesting to you is, okay, as and when you listen to this, okay, not only you should be looking out for the main idea, the topic, information that is given, but pay attention to the presence of signpost words, because these signpost words fill a function, will help you in helping you to identify the answers that you are looking out for in the text. You will see this very clearly, especially for part 3. Because as I said earlier on, okay, for part 3, all the 3 speakers will be speaking about the same topic. What makes the answer, or what makes one person different from the other 2, is the presence of these signpost words that will be used by the speakers, as you will see when we go through the hands-on experience of looking at the past year paper. All right. Another skill that you we another skill that will be advantageous for you to focus on will be linkers. Okay, listening for linkers and discourse markers. Linkers, okay, play a good function, a good role in helping us follow the a listening text. Because bear in mind, listening is different from reading. Reading, you have the text in front of you for you to refer to. Listening is what you hear, is what you get. If you forget, that's the end of it. But of course, you have a second chance of listening to it, but you don't have it on paper for you to check, to recheck what you just missed. Okay, so that's why it's very important for you to polish up your skill in listening for linkers and discourse markers as well. The function of these linkers and discourse markers are to help you understand the structure, relationship, and flow of ideas is quite similar to the signpost words earlier on. And also, they act as signals for you to follow and understand the listening text. Basically, okay, generally, linkers are used to connect ideas. As the name suggests, link. Okay, it links ideas within and between sentences where they will show relationships such as addition, contrast, cause and effect, and sequence, to name a few of the functions there. Discourse markers, on the other hand, are words or phrases you use to manage the flow of the talk or conversation. Okay, these are used by speakers to organize his or her speech, to indicate his attitude, and to manage the interaction. Okay, we will see what we mean by this. Okay, so here are some examples of linkers and okay, how it is used. These are just a few examples, not all. Okay, if the function is addition, some example of words that are commonly used are words such as and, also, furthermore, moreover. One example of how it is being used is as renewable energy is sustainable and it reduces pollution. So here in this example, it shows that there are two functions, okay, of renewable energy. Two information about renewable energy. One, it is sustainable, and second, it reduces pollution. And the use of the word and here shows in addition to one, you have another. Okay. The second function, to show contrast. Some words commonly used to show contrast are words such as but, however, on the other hand, nevertheless. An example of how it is used is fossil fuels are efficient, but they are harmful to the environment. So notice the contrast given there. On the one hand, it gives you one good thing about fossil fuels, that is, it is efficient, but it comes with the word but, they are harmful to the environment. So it shows the contrast. It is good, whereby it is efficient, but at the same time, it is harmful to the environment. So as and when you hear the use of words such as but, however, on the other hand, what you should be telling yourself is, okay, the speaker is now telling me the opposite of what has just been said, because the function of these words are to show a contrast. Okay, next is cause and effect. The function of cause and effect, some examples of words commonly used to show cause and effect are because, therefore, thus, as a result. An example of how it is being used: the demand for energy is increasing, therefore we need more renewable resources. So the cause and the effect is being shown in one sentence there. And last but not least, an example of the function of sequence. Words commonly used are words such as first, then, next, finally. So you have first, we will discuss the benefits of solar energy. Next, we will look at wind energy. So showing the sequence of events, the sequence of information that will be shared. Okay, this one is also equally important in our listening text because, understanding the function of this, okay, will help you breeze through the listening test. Okay, now at how discourse markers, earlier on were linkers and now discourse markers are being used in listening text. Okay, if the function is to organize speech, some examples of words commonly used are well, so, now, anyway. Okay, so these are very common words that you can expect to find in a conversation. Okay, an example of how it is used is, so let's move on to the next topic. So using the word so there suggests to the listener that, okay, the speaker is now suggesting that, okay, we should move on to the next topic. Okay, the next function, indicating attitude. Okay, indicating attitude. This is very helpful for part 4 and part 5, because part 4 and part 5, there could be a question asking about the attitude of the speaker. So take note of this, okay? Take note of this, especially part 4 and part 5. There could be a question, although in this, in the example that I'll be showing you, there isn't any question on this, but there can be a question asking about the attitude of the speaker. So you can find what can help you to find the attitude of the speaker could be through words used by the speaker, words such as actually, frankly, honestly, to be honest. So that, suggests indirectly the attitude of the speaker. If ever there will be a question asking about the attitude, so do take note of the presence of these words, especially used to indicate the attitude of the speaker. An example of how it is being used in the text will be, honestly, I think renewable energy is the future. So by seeing the word honestly, so if the question asks what is the attitude of the speaker about renewable energy, then you can expect, one of the answer, or one of the possible answer will be, positive attitude. Okay, positive attitude, because you say, honestly, I think renewable energy is the future. Okay, and last but not least, here, for the function of managing interaction, some examples of words commonly used are, I mean, right, okay. Okay, so an example of how it is being used is, it's important to consider all options. All options. Right. Now, okay, another an example of how discourse linkers and discourse markers are being used in a monologue. In the example, a very fairly straightforward example here. Well, today I want to talk about climate change. First, let's look at the causes. As you know, human activities are a major factor. Moreover, deforestation contributes significantly. On the other hand, some argue that natural processes also play a role. Anyway, the impact on our planet is undeniable. So look at, how often you see the presence of linkers and discourse markers, especially in a listening text. Okay, because it is common when we speak, we help our listeners to understand the flow of our ideas through the presence of linkers and discourse markers, as well as signpost words, as I mentioned earlier on. Yeah. Okay. how it is used in the dialogue. This is okay. So, what do you think about the new policy on renewable energy? Well, I think it's a step in the right direction. However, there are still many challenges to address. Right, like the initial cost of implementation, exactly, and the need for public awareness. So notice that the presence of these linkers and discourse markers, is the understanding of the message discussed between Mr. Smith and Miss Jenkins. Imagine, if in this dialogue between the two speakers, okay, is short of the presence of linkers and discourse markers, then it will be a lot more challenging, a lot more difficult for us to follow. So a reminder again to all of you, do take note of the presence of linkers and discourse markers because they are very helpful in helping you to understand the process, the entire the message that is being shared, whether by a monologue speaker or between two speakers in a dialogue. Okay, these are some examples. Perhaps I can just, go through this very quickly. So that's another example of how linkers are being used in the text. The text is, most people like music. In fact, we are surrounded by it. It's on the radio and television and can be heard in stores and offices. However, not everyone likes the same kind of music. So notice the function of the word however, because the speaker uses the word however, so it shows a change of thought. It shows a contrast. Okay. Another example, the manager of the music shop was called Brian Epstein. Because so many people had asked for a record by the Beatles, Epstein decided to go and listen to the group himself. So notice of the presence of the word because. And here it functions to show the cause and effect. Another example of how listing of information sequence, okay? Firstly, I would like to talk about classical music and its representative composers. Then I will move on to jazz music. And finally, I will focus on pop music in the last century. Okay, in this particular example, we can follow the line of thought of the speaker. The speaker is suggesting to us that he or she is going to speak about three main things. First, what, followed by what, and the third one, what. So notice how linkers or signal words are being used, to ease our understanding, to help us follow the line of thoughts. So again, a reminder again, do take note of the presence of these words in your listening text. There will be many. Okay, there will be many because, they are put in the listening text with the purpose of helping you to follow the development of idea, the change of thought, the addition, everything. They will be there. Okay, abundance of them. Okay, another example will be, we listen to exciting music and our hearts beat faster. Our blood pressure rises and our blood flows more quickly. In short, we are stimulated. So the presence of the word in short suggests to us that, okay, I'm drawing to a conclusion. I'm coming to a conclusion. The conclusion is, with the presence of all the exciting music, this is what happened to us. We are stimulated. Okay. So having said those two skills to focus on so far, now allow me to move on to yet another skill you should pay attention to. Perhaps, for you to get yourself familiar with this, because there will be definitely one question that tests your understanding of description of location and direction. Where will it be? That will be in part one of the questions in part one. Sometimes it appears as question 7, sometimes question 6, question 5, but never the first 3 questions. Okay, so skill or description of location and direction is important. Knowledge of the understanding of description of location and direction is very important, because in our part 1 test paper, okay, part 1 of our listening test, okay, there will be one question whereby you will be tested on the diagram. You will be given a diagram and you will be required to identify, okay, which of the diagram fits the description given in the listening text. Okay, so before that, okay, let me go through some examples. Okay, some examples of words commonly used or expressions commonly used to describe directions or location. They are words such as go past the cinema, for example. So you have to get yourself familiar with the understanding of what we mean by go past the cinema. Go along this road. Go straight ahead. Go through the tunnel. Okay? And at the roundabout, turn left at the crossroad. Okay, at the roundabout, take the first exit, take the second right, left, right, between, at the corner. So these are just a few of the common examples of words commonly used to describe direction and location. So get yourself familiar. Make sure you understand what it means by these expressions commonly used to describe location and direction. As I said earlier on, okay, this will be tested in your part 1. One of the questions, usually either question 5, 6, or 7. Why at different number? It depends on where the description appears in the listening text. Why? Because, okay, the nature of our listening test is such that, okay, take note of this, yeah? Questions will be asked according to the flow of information given in the listening text itself. It will not be jumping from one part to another and going back to the earlier part and going forward to the end, etc. No, it will not be in that way. It will always be in a very neat way, from one part, it moves on to the other part, It will always, the questions will always be asked according to how this information is given in the text. So that is one very good information that you have to bear in mind. Let's say you miss out on one answer. Okay, one question you miss out. And then suddenly you realize that, okay, the text has moved on to the next question. So you can expect that, or you should take note that the answer to that part of the question that you have just missed should lie within that little part that you missed only. It will not be after the next question. So do bear that in mind. Do take note of that. Okay. So this is one good tip that will be helpful to all of you. Just remember that it will be tested according to how the text is delivered to you. It will not jump from one to another and going back again. No, it will not be in that manner. Okay. So to get yourself familiar with location and direction, perhaps, you also need to get yourself familiar with words commonly associated with landmarks. Words such as junction, T-junction. Okay. Know the difference between junction and the T-junction. Okay. What do we mean by a crossroad, a roundabout, a bus stop, etc.? So these are common landmarks that you can expect you may find in the listening test later on. Also, okay, get yourself familiar with, okay, the functions of preposition. As the name suggests, preposition. It describes it describes position of things. So get yourself or make yourself understand the meaning of near, in front of, beside, at, through, between, in between, towards, behind, opposite, etc. Okay? So if you get yourself familiar with landmarks and preposition, so as far as the question given in part 1 that is based on a visual, okay, that should be easy enough for you to get the right answer. Okay, but you have to make sure that you understand the the function of preposition, words to describe preposition. Get yourself familiar with landmarks. Understand the difference between junction and T-junction. Okay, crossroads. What do we mean by that? Roundabout, etc. All right. Oops. Okay, now allow me to move on to yet another skill. Okay, this is one of the main skill that you should have in order for you to be able to answer most of the questions, if not all, of our listening test. That is listening for main ideas and supporting details. It's very important that you understand the difference between main idea and supporting details. Main ideas refer to the gist, okay, or the core idea of any discourse or listening text. And usually the entire spoken discourse centers around a main idea. Okay. The entire one will center around one main idea where the idea will constantly be repeated or referred to. So this is what main idea is all about. Okay. In addition to this, there will also be elaborations of this main idea. And these elaborations are what we call the supporting ideas, supporting details. Okay. So now, the main idea, okay, coming, okay. How does understanding of main idea, supporting details help you in our listening test? Before each of the part, before you listen to each of the part, okay, you will be given, okay, for part 1 and part 2 and part 3 and part 4, you will be given 30 seconds to look at the questions before each of the parts. You will be given some time, 30 seconds for you to take a look at the question. So when you take a look at the question, this is the time for you to identify what am I looking out for in question 1? What should I be looking out for in question 2, question 3, question 4, and so on. Okay. Do not waste time to look at the entire questions, all the 30 questions, no. Because you will be given time before each of the listening texts, okay, each of the part, you'll be given time to take a look at the question. So when it says, okay, you have 30 seconds to look at the questions. So 30 seconds, it will tell you which part will be given. And the parts will always come in the same order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, before each of the listening part, you will be given some time to look at. So when you are given this time, please, please, please make sure that you make full use of this time to take a look at each of the questions in that part of the question paper and to identify what each of the question is asking you to find. Do not waste that 30 seconds when you're given to look at the question. Do not waste the time looking at your neighbor and daydreaming. No. You should be making full use of that 30 seconds given to take a look at the question, not just take a look at the question, because the question paper is yours. You can scribble on it, you can highlight on it, you can do whatever you like to help you to focus on what you should be looking out for in the in each of the question, so that as and when you listen to that part, as soon as you hear some keywords, okay, some keywords related to that question being given, so get your attention, focus on that information. Okay, so this is what main idea is all about. So what is the main idea that you're looking out for question 1? What is the main idea you are looking out for question 2, for question 3? You highlight, you circle in the question paper so that you will not miss out. All right? Okay. Okay, listening for specific information. Okay, specific information is quite similar to what I've elaborated in for number 4 just now. So this was specific information because you look out for that specific information for that particular question. Okay, so this is when you practice selective listening. You select only the one that you are looking out for. The one which is not related, okay, you may not want to pay too much attention. Just pay attention to that selected information that you are looking out for. Remember number 4 just now, I said you take a look at the question and then you highlight. For question 2, it is asking about, okay, the future of renewable energy, for example. So look out for words related to future. Okay. So this is what selective listening is all about. So what you do with selective listening is you focus and you concentrate only on that specific part of information that you are looking for. Then you pay less attention to the rest of the information. Okay, as I said earlier on, use the 30 seconds given before each of the parts for the listening test to read the question and know what answer you should be looking out for. You can highlight, you can underline, you can circle, you can circle the keyword. Do whatever you feel comfortable doing. And the next one is, okay, the next skill that you should be focusing on is the skill of understanding idioms, colloquial words, and slang. Okay. Idioms. Okay, there are so many idioms in the world. You cannot be reading and trying to interpret the meaning of every single idiom in the English language. But whenever idioms are given in our listening text, okay, and they will appear only, okay, I repeat, idioms, colloquial words, and slang will only appear in part 4 and part 5 of our listening text. Because, okay, idioms and colloquial words are at the B2 and the higher level of CFR. at B1 and A2, idioms and colloquial words and slang are not present, but they will only be present at B2 and the higher level of B2 actually, and part 5. So that will be part 4 and part 5 of our Muet listening test. Okay, as I said, okay, it's almost impossible for you to memorize idioms and understand the meaning of the idioms between now and the exam. No, I'm not suggesting you to do that. The only thing is that do take note that, okay, idioms, okay, they carry meaning that are not literal, not direct. And you can expect that whenever you see words and it looks like it doesn't have the literal meaning in the context of that text, so you can know that that is an idiom. But you can guess the meaning. You can figure out the meaning of these idioms through the context of information given in the text. So usually it will not appear on its own. So the way they will be given in the text will be, okay, it will appear in the context of the content given in the text itself. Okay, you cannot interpret it literally or have a direct translation of this, but the meaning of this idiom, you will be able to figure out, gauge the meaning through the context of how it is being used. Okay. Okay, let me give you some examples of idioms. Break the ice. Okay, break the ice is a very common word that I'm sure you are very familiar with. Okay, usually at the beginning of the semester, your lecturer will be talking about, okay, let's do some activity to break the ice. So you know what it means. You cannot, this is what I mean, you cannot actually find or get the meaning of break the ice through literal translation of the word break, the, and ice. But it comes as a expression. It comes as as an expression on its own, meaning to initiate conversation in a social setting. Okay. Another example is hit the nail on the head. Another example, meaning to describe exactly what is causing a situation or problem, or bite the bullet, to endure a painful experience or face difficult situation with courage. Okay, these are some examples of idioms. Some examples of colloquial words are words such as gonna. You're gonna get something from your lecturer for not turning up for classes, meaning going to. Wanna, want to. Okay, gonna, wanna. These are colloquial words. Okay, it may be common only in spoken English. In written English, you are discouraged from using colloquial words. Okay, now we move on to the next one. Slang words. Some example of slang words are word cool. Okay, so the word cool, it means, excellent, impressive. Like, you saw somebody, doing something really well, for example, or you could say the expression, you say, oh, that's cool. Okay, so again, as I said, as far as idioms, colloquial words, and cool are concerned, you cannot literally translate them. Okay, you get the meaning only in the context of how they are being used in the listening text. Okay, now let me move on to the next one, tips. Tips. Do take note of this, okay, because, understanding or knowing some of these tips may help you to breeze through your listening test. One is to use the 30 seconds given before listening to parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, parts 1, 2, and 3, and 4, because they are longer texts, you will be given 30 seconds before the listening text itself. So make full use of these 30 seconds. And for part 5, you will be given only 15 seconds before each dialogue. Remember, I told you for part 5, there will be 3 dialogues. Dialogue 1, dialogue 2, dialogue 3. And before each of these dialogues, you will be given 15 seconds. So what I'm suggesting to you is to make use of the 30 seconds and the 15 seconds before each of the parts, okay, to read through the questions. And when you read through the questions, do not just read through the questions and expect that you remember, because for part 1, there are 7 questions, yeah? Part 2, there are another 7 questions. So what I'm suggesting to you is to highlight, to circle, to underline keywords in the question before you listen to the listening text, so that as and when you listen to the text, you know that part of the text, okay, this is the answer to this question. This part is the answer to this question. That's how it works. So that's why I'm suggesting to you to highlight, to circle, to underline, do whatever you please, okay? So that it will help you to focus as you are listening through the text. Also, try to find the answer to the questions after the first listening. I'm not suggesting that you should have all the answers after the first listening, but the suggestion is try to get all the answers after the first listening. Why? Because the second listening, you can use that as cross-checking your answer. Okay? But the note is, if you can't, don't panic. Okay? If you can't find 1 or 2 answers out of the 7 questions in part 1 and 7 questions in part 2 and another 7 questions in part 4, for example, yeah? If you can't find 1 or 2 answers, do not panic, because you have a second listening to find and confirm your answer. The only thing is that if you have many of the answers, you found the answers to many of the questions already, the second listening, you can use it as a way to counter check your answer, to check whether or not you have identified the right answer for the necessary for the relevant questions. Also, okay, aim and target for certain information that is relevant and ignore the rest. So how? This is what I said earlier on. Through highlighting and circling and underlining keywords, what you should be looking out for each of the question. Therefore, you will be focusing on certain information only. Only that relevant information for that particular question. Anything not related to that, you can just ignore, because that is not what you're looking out for. Okay? Okay. In addition to that, okay, get yourself familiar with day-to-day conversation. That includes the use of idioms, slang, incomplete sentences. Okay, you can expect, okay, in part 4 and part 5 especially, there will be occasions whereby you will come across incomplete sentences, because this is typical characteristic of B2 CFR level English, B2 and above. Okay, there could be some parts of the sentences which appear incomplete because this is spoken English. Yeah, you listen to spoken English, so that is characteristic of spoken English, because part 2 CFR level B2 and above, you can expect that the conversation or the monologue spoken by the speakers, they come in a natural, everyday, day-to-day use of the language. In a day-to-day conversation or day-to-day spoken English, be it a dialogue or monologue, okay, we don't speak like a robot. We don't speak, we don't speak in complete sentences all the time. There'll be some missing words, there will be some repetition. So these are common, and you can expect this to appear, especially in part 4 and part 5 of your listening text. If ever that happen, do not panic and do not get yourself confused by telling you keep on thinking about, oh, there's something wrong with the text. No, there's nothing wrong with the text, because that is a natural form of spoken English with words missing, incomplete sentences, etc. So that's why I'm suggesting that you have to get yourself familiar with day-to-day conversation, because that is a characteristic of a normal day-to-day use of the language, with the missing words, incomplete sentences, etc., etc., repetitions, ungrammatical structures, etc., etc. Okay. And next is to learn to understand simple expressions to describe location, position of things. As I've said earlier on, this is for the purpose of part 1, the question related to the visual, and to practice to process information quickly. Last but not least, teach yourself to process information quickly. Why? Because when you listen, you have to process information very quickly to very quickly find the answer to the question. Because as I said earlier on, this is listening. You have the privilege to listen to it the second time. After that, it's gone. You don't have it on paper like our reading text for you to keep on going back and forth to check whether it is this or that, this or that, or this or that. No, we don't have that privilege for our listening paper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last part of our session for today. The last part of our listening paper, that is hands-on experience of listening to the real Muet listening paper. All right. So first, okay, allow me 1 minute to very quickly remind you what part 1 is all about. It's going to be a dialogue. Okay, part 1 will always be a dialogue. As I said earlier on, there'll be 7 questions and there will be 3 options and MCQ. Approximately, it will be about 10 minutes of your time. Okay. So before we play the audio, I want you to practice what I've mentioned to you earlier on. Okay, take a look at the questions now. I'm giving you about 10 seconds to look at the questions. And with this on the screen now, take note of what you should be looking out for part 1. These are questions 1 to 6. Question 7, I'll show it to you in the other slide. I'll give you 10 seconds, 15 seconds to take a look at the questions now and to identify. Ask yourself, what am I looking out for in this part 1, questions 1 to 6 first?
Malaysian University English Test, Session 1, 2022. Listening. There are 5 parts to the test. You will listen to each part twice. As you listen, indicate your answers on the multiple choice answer sheet. Please ask any questions now because you must not speak during the test. Now open your question paper and look at part 1. Part 1. Listen to a conversation between Lily and her friend Shafiq. As you listen, choose the correct answer for questions 1 to 7. You now have 30 seconds to look at the questions. Now listen carefully and indicate your answers on the multiple choice answer sheet.
Hi, Shafiq. It is good to see you. How was your semester break?
It's nice to see you too, Lily. I had a good time catching up with my cousins. I had not seen them since college started. We used to go camping every school holiday, but since we started college, I spend more time with my college friends. So we decided to go camping like the good old days.
Good thing you spent some quality time with your cousins because once you start working, it will be more difficult. Where did you all go?
We went to a new green spot called Rimba Hijau. Have you been on a camping trip?
No way! My brother has gone camping before and he came back with his clothes soaked in mud. I had to help him wash away all the mud. He even had mud in his hair. So, whenever I'm free, you would most probably find me at a shopping mall with my dearest best friend Ruby, or sometimes having coffee in a cafe.
But Lily, Rimba Hijau is special.
Really? I have never heard about the place. Tell me more.
It's not very well known, but I think it's kept that way to protect its natural beauty. Rimba Hijau is actually a 30-acre fruit farm near a small hill. The owners are no longer in the fruit business. They have turned parts of the fruit farm into a camping site. Before turning some parts of the fruit farm into a camping site, the owners had a plan to turn the place into a holiday resort, but it was too expensive to build. There is also a small stream that flows from the hill across the farm. This makes it special.
How did you find such an interesting place? I've never heard of it.
Well, it is not advertised because the owners do not want a large crowd to spoil the place. But many people shared their photos on Facebook. That is how it became popular among campers. That's how my cousin Jeffrey got to know about it. He went there last year with his friends, and they really had a good time. He said, I won't regret it, and gave me the phone number.
What did you do there?
We arrived in the morning and put up our tents. After lunch, we spent the whole afternoon checking out the farm. It was like a mini jungle with fruit trees only. They had an amazing variety like mangoes, mangosteens, rambutans, and star fruits. They even had 10 varieties of mangoes. Sadly, durian was not in season. The best part is, we could eat the fruits for free while picking them. We also brought back lots of mangoes to our tents, and they were cheap too.
That sounds very healthy. What did you do for dinner?
Well, we collected some sticks to start a small fire near our tents. We brought some boiled eggs and fried rice from home, so we heated them up over the fire. We still had mangoes from the farm in case anyone was still hungry. I made a kettle full of hot chocolate drink. Later, we simply sat around the fire and shared our college stories and childhood experiences. All these with our favorite songs played on our smartphones.
Sounds like quality time with your loved ones. I think my brother would love it.
You will love it too, Lily. The fruit farm is right at the foot of a small hill where your brother can go hiking. There is a small stream that runs through the fruit farm where you can see small fish if you keep still. The camping site is quite close to the stream, so you can hear the water flowing. It is magical.
Sounds better than the mall. Can I have the phone number, Shafiq?
Sure.
Now you will listen to the recording again.
Hi, Shafiq. It is good to see you. How was your semester break?
It's nice to see you too, Lily. I had a good time catching up with my cousins. I had not seen them since college started. We used to go camping every school holiday, but since we started college, I spend more time with my college friends. So we decided to go camping like the good old days.
Good thing you spent some quality time with your cousins because once you start working, it will be more difficult. Where did you all go?
We went to a new green spot called Rimba Hijau. Have you been on a camping trip?
No way! My brother has gone camping before and he came back with his clothes soaked in mud. I had to help him wash away all the mud. He even had mud in his hair. So, whenever I'm free, you would most probably find me at a shopping mall with my dearest best friend Ruby, or sometimes having coffee in a cafe.
But Lily, Rimba Hijau is special.
Really? I have never heard about the place. Tell me more.
It's not very well known, but I think it's kept that way to protect its natural beauty. Rimba Hijau is actually a 30-acre fruit farm near a small hill. The owners are no longer in the fruit business. They have turned parts of the fruit farm into a camping site. Before turning some parts of the fruit farm into a camping site, the owners had a plan to turn the place into a holiday resort, but it was too expensive to build. There is also a small stream that flows from the hill across the farm. This makes it special.
How did you find such an interesting place? I've never heard of it.
Well, it is not advertised because the owners do not want a large crowd to spoil the place. But many people shared their photos on Facebook. That is how it became popular among campers. That's how my cousin Jeffrey got to know about it. He went there last year with his friends, and they really had a good time. He said, I won't regret it, and gave me the phone number.
What did you do there?
We arrived in the morning and put up our tents. After lunch, we spent the whole afternoon checking out the farm. It was like a mini jungle with fruit trees only. They had an amazing variety like mangoes, mangosteens, rambutans, and star fruits. They even had 10 varieties of mangoes. Sadly, durian was not in season. The best part is, we could eat the fruits for free while picking them. We also brought back lots of mangoes to our tents, and they were cheap too.
That sounds very healthy. What did you do for dinner?
Well, we collected some sticks to start a small fire near our tents. We brought some boiled eggs and fried rice from home, so we heated them up over the fire. We still had mangoes from the farm in case anyone was still hungry. I made a kettle full of hot chocolate drink. Later, we simply sat around the fire and shared our college stories and childhood experiences. All these with our favorite songs played on our smartphones.
Sounds like quality time with your loved ones. I think my brother would love it.
You will love it too, Lily. The fruit farm is right at the foot of a small hill where your brother can go hiking. There is a small stream that runs through the fruit farm where you can see small fish if you keep still. The camping site is quite close to the stream, so you can hear the water flowing. It is magical.
Sounds better than the mall. Can I have the phone number, Shafiq?
Sure.
That is the end of part 1. Now turn to part 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I hope you
Part
had
two. Listen.
Okay, I hope you had listened to the text and have some idea what to expect in the actual listening text. As I've said earlier on, okay, 30 seconds, spend your time to identify what you should be looking out for in each of the question. For example, here, yeah, I'll take you through very quickly. Yeah? For question 1, the question is asking during the semester break. It's not about the past, it's not about now, but what happened during the semester break. All the information, A, B, C, this information appear in the text. The only thing is that the key word is what happened during the semester break. Visiting his cousins was what happened before he entered college. Okay. And staying in college was mentioned somewhere in the text, but Shafiq said that during college, when he stayed in college, he had no opportunity to meet up with his cousins. And the answer that you should have gotten for question 1 will be when camping. All the choices, okay, do bear in mind, yeah, for all the parts, all the choices, options given, A, B, C, options given, they all appear in the text. It's a matter of identifying that specific information. That's why I said earlier on, selective listening. You have to listen selectively for that specific information that you should be looking out for that particular question. So 1, the answer should be A. Number 2, in her free time, Lily likes to mention of drinking coffee, yes, but in the text she says sometimes I go for some coffee. And she says that, she likes going to the mall. No mention of the shopping at all, or the shopping complex. But for number 2, you should have C as your answer, to meet a friend. Going shopping is not the answer. Why? Because what Lily said is she goes to the shopping mall, not going shopping. So do take note of that. Okay, so that's the trick in the questions. So you have to be very specific. Again, going back to selective listening, as I've mentioned earlier on. Okay, next, number 3. Rimba Hijau started as a holiday resort, camping site, fruit farm. All these 3 were mentioned, but okay, the owner had in mind, okay, eventually it becomes the answer to 3 should be C again, not the camping site. Camping site is a fruit farm, but because the question is asking Rimba Hijau started as, what it started as. Now, yes, it is a camping site. It is a camping site, but now, not when it first started. And turning it into it started as a fruit farm, and then now it became a camping site, although the owner had in mind to turn it into a holiday resort, but it was said that it was expensive to do that. So the answer to 3 is C. So again, selective reading. Yeah, Shafiq knew about Riba Hijau from, okay, all Facebook, cousin, and his friends all appear. Okay, his cousin Jeffrey got to know about it from Facebook, and he shared the information with his friends. But the question now is asking Shafiq, not Jeffrey, not his friends, but Shafiq knew about Rimba Hijau. So how did Shafiq knew about Rimba Hijau? It's not from the Facebook, it's not from his friends, but he got it from his cousin Jeffrey. So the answer, again, selective listening. What did Shafiq like the most about the fruits at the farm? All is given. Okay, I'll just go through very quickly. Yeah, the answer that you should have identified should be he could eat while picking, because the choice of foods were mentioned, and they picked very little for the fruits were mentioned, but there is the use of a signal word, the use of a signpost saying that what he likes the most is you can eat while picking. And number 6, how did they spend the evening? Okay, play music and cooking. Mention of meals are there, but the answer should be A. So play music is while they are chatting, the music is playing in the background. So cooking meals, they don't cook meals because the meals were brought from home. The fried rice and the boiled eggs were brought from home. And here, okay, if you take a look at the 3 visuals, okay, up to the middle of the description, A, B, and C appear as a possible answer. It says the fruit farm is right at the foot of a small hill. So there's a hill there, the foot of the small hill, the fruit farm, they appear one after another at the foot of the small hill. As far as that is concerned, all A, B, and C could be a possible answer. Okay. What makes what gave away as the answer to question 7, which is B, is the last information. The camping site is quite close to the stream. Okay. Notice that for A, the camping site, okay, the one that looks at a tent there, is not close to the stream. C is not close to the stream. B is close to the stream. So this is the thing, again, selective listening, at the same time understanding the description of a location, etc. So this is how it works. Yeah, I hope I will not go through each part in detail like this, but I'm just demonstrating to you, okay, what you should be doing as and when you are listening, as and when you are looking out for the answers to the questions. Okay, now let us move on to part 2. Part 2, as I said, it will always be a monologue. Again, there will be 7 questions with 3 options MCQ, and CFR level will be B1 and B2. So as far as the language difficulty is concerned, it will be slightly more difficult from part 1. Okay, now let's move on to this. So if we can have the audio for part 2, please. Thank you. Look at the questions, yeah?
Now listen carefully and indicate your answers on the multiple choice answer sheet. Good morning, students. As part of our career day, I would like to talk to you about working while studying. I did not work when I was in university, but my son does. He's working in a supermarket. Every day he unpacks stuff and puts them on the shelves. He only works during his semester breaks. Many of his friends are working in fast food restaurants. They started doing this when they were in secondary school. When you work part-time, you earn some money. If you work a full day, you may earn 40 to 70 ringgit. For some, this is the first time they have so much money. Many students use their money to buy expensive things like sports shoes. Working makes them appreciate the value of money. Unfortunately, many students spend all the money they earn. Perhaps parents should remind them to save part of their money. Saving money is a skill that can help them throughout their lives. Students, there are good and bad things about working part-time. You may not notice it. Working part-time takes you away from schoolwork and extracurricular activities. I know many university students who work part-time miss their lectures. As a result, they get poor grades. They also miss their extracurricular activities. These activities may appear all fun and games, but they offer important life lessons and experiences. From teenage years to the early 20s, young people develop their identity. This is the time they get to know themselves. When they don't take part in extracurricular activities, they miss the opportunities to understand themselves better. If you work part-time, you should know your rights as an employee. This is because some employers may take advantage of you if you do not know your rights. For example, during weekends, your employers may ask you to work longer hours, more than what is allowed. Not only that, some employers do not pay students enough according to the accepted rate. So you need to know the minimum wage. You should also know the work you are expected to do before accepting the job. Now, let me talk about the benefits of working part-time. Most young people who do part-time work will become responsible and mature. Waking up early in the morning on a weekend does not feel great. When you know your friends are having fun, it can be very hard for you to go to work. However, If you continue to do your job well and remain loyal to your employer, you show that you are disciplined. You learn to be hardworking and to do your job well. These are the qualities that employers are looking for. Part-time work also gives you the chance to communicate with different people. They may be your bosses, your co-workers or customers. This can be a great way for you to learn the right way to speak to people from different backgrounds and positions. As a part-time worker, you work in a casual work environment. Use this chance to develop your communication skills. In the process, you may make mistakes, but learn from them. This is because communication is the key to good work relationships. For example, when you get so many orders during busy hours, you need to stay cool and know the right things to say to customers and co-workers. A good boss can make part-time job work well for a student. He may be able to help if you take the first step to communicate with him. Tell him that you need some time off to study, or sometimes request from your boss to exchange working hours with your co-workers to prepare for your exams. In this way, you show your boss that you are a responsible person. Now you will listen to the recording again. Good morning, students. As part of our career day, I would like to talk to you about working while studying. I did not work when I was in university, but my son does. He's working in a supermarket. Every day he unpacks stuff and puts them on the shelves. He only works during his semester breaks. Many of his friends are working in fast food restaurants. They started doing this when they were in secondary school. When you work part-time, you earn some money. If you work a full day, you may earn 40 to 70 ringgit. For some, this is the first time they have so much money. Many students use their money to buy expensive things like sports shoes. Working makes them appreciate the value of money. Unfortunately, many students spend all the money they earn. Perhaps parents should remind them to save part of their money. Saving money is a skill that can help them throughout their lives. Students, there are good and bad things about working part-time. You may not notice it. Working part-time takes you away from schoolwork and extracurricular activities. I know many university students who work part-time miss their lectures. As a result, they get poor grades. They also miss their extracurricular activities. These activities may appear all fun and games, but they offer important life lessons and experiences. From teenage years to the early 20s, young people develop their identity. This is the time they get to know themselves. When they don't take part in extracurricular activities, they miss the opportunities to understand themselves better. If you work part-time, you should know your rights as an employee. This is because some employers may take advantage of you if you do not know your rights. For example, during weekends, your employers may ask you to work longer hours, more than what is allowed. Not only that, some employers do not pay students enough according to the accepted rate. So you need to know the minimum wage. You should also know the work you're expected to do before accepting the job. Now, let me talk about the benefits of working part-time. Most young people who do part-time work will become responsible and mature. Waking up early in the morning on a weekend does not feel great. When you know your friends are having fun, it can be very hard for you to go to work. However, if you continue to do your job well and remain loyal to your employer, you show that you are disciplined. You learn to be hardworking and to do your job well. These are the qualities that employers are looking for. Part-time work also gives you the chance to communicate with different people. They may be your bosses, your co-workers or customers. This can be a great way for you to learn the right way to speak to people from different backgrounds and positions. As a part-time worker, you work in a casual work environment. Use this chance to develop your communication skills. In the process, you may make mistakes, but learn from them. This is because communication is the key to good work relationships. For example, when you get so many orders during busy hours, you need to stay cool and know the right things to say to customers and co-workers. A good boss can make part-time job work well for a student. He may be able to help if you take the first step to communicate with him. Tell him that you need some time off to study, or sometimes request from your boss to exchange working hours with your co-workers to prepare for your exams. In this way, you show your boss that you are a responsible person.
That is the end of part 2. Now turn to
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take you through part 2 very quickly. Yeah? I hope for question 8 you got B as the answer. That one is fairly straightforward. Yeah. For question 9, okay, question 9, parents should encourage their children to. Okay, again, question 9 is fairly straightforward as well. The answer that you should have identified should be B, and number 10. Okay, number 10, what happens if students miss extracurricular activities due to work? Okay, this one is slightly challenging. I know A is definitely not an answer. So the possible answer could be B and C. And I know perhaps if you miss out one part or some part, you may have the tendency to choose B as an answer. So it says that extracurricular activities, with extracurricular activities, you do fun activities, only that. But if you notice, okay, what was elaborated about the extracurricular activities before the mention of missing the extracurricular activities, before that and after, is about the discovery of your identity. How through the activities, through the extracurricular activities, it helped you to polish up or help you to discover your identity. So number 10, the answer is C, not B. I know if you had not listened properly, if you have not paid extra attention, the likelihood of choosing B is there. But what is elaborated most as far as missing the extracurricular activities is the part about failing to discover your identity. So that's the answer to number 10. Yeah? Number 11, the answer is A. Okay, they pay students below accepted rate, although B and C was mentioned. But and another thing that I forgot to mention to you earlier on is, okay, take note, yeah, the words that appear in the listening text, they may not appear in the exact word in the question. Like, for example, irresponsible employers. But in the text, it says, employers may not do this. Employers may not do that. But in the text, in the question, notice that in the question, it makes use of the word irresponsible. The same goes with other questions. The same exact wording may not appear the way they have appeared in the listening text. So in the question, an alternative word having the same meaning may be used, especially part 2 onwards. Part 1, because it is an easy text, the likelihood of the same words are being used will be there. But part 2 onwards, the exact same word that appear in the text will not appear in the question itself. Okay, number 11, as I said, the answer should be A. They pay students below accepted rate. Number 12, I hope you got C. Okay, although remain long in the job is there, come to work early is there, but at the end of that, after all the elaboration, it says employers like people who are disciplined, people who want to work hard. Okay, so that's the answer to number 12. Okay, number 13, okay, which communication skill will students learn from working part-time? Again, this one is a bit challenging, a bit tricky, the question. So I know if we have not listened carefully, we have the tendency to choose B as the answer, understanding different kinds of people. But in the text, it doesn't say about you understanding different people. It says you will come across different kinds of people and you will learn to handle different kinds of people, not understanding. You don't understand their through the communication skill, you don't understand all the different people. But what is given, okay, C is not the answer. Telling co-workers to stay calm, no, that is not your job from the communication skill. The best answer is still A. B could be a very close possible answer, but not the best answer. A is the best answer, yeah? Number 14, okay, to make part-time job a success, students should, again, question 14, now you notice, yeah, as we go further and further down the 30 questions, the question gets slightly harder and slightly harder and slightly harder. Now 14 is, again, another tricky question. So the answer to question 14, A cannot be the answer. It's not you who will swap. You don't do the swapping with co-workers. You arrange with your boss to swap with the co-workers. So that makes A as not a possible answer. I know the likelihood of some of you to choose A as the answer is that, but A is not the best answer, yeah? Discuss with the boss their responsibilities. Who are you to discuss their responsibilities? Okay, the part that makes it wrong is their responsibilities. You are not to discuss the boss's responsibilities. So the best answer is C, to inform the boss of your study hours. All right. Okay, now let us move on to part 3. As I said, part 3, you're going to listen to a monologue spoken by 3 different speakers. And each of the speaker will be talking about the same topic.
Now listen carefully and indicate your answers on the multiple choice answer sheet. Speaker 1. Nina.
I personally like to go out and enjoy the company of my friends, but I also like to sit at home and play games on my computer or phone. Of course, that is after some burgers and fries, which I get through food delivery. I would much rather go hang out with my friends. No, wait, I would rather sit at home by myself and face the computer screen. I mean, I want to meet new people, but it's too much work to get into conversations with them. It's usually a lazy weekend for me. If I'm not playing games, then I'm sleeping. On some Sundays, I visit my grandparents and stay there for dinner. Then I come home and have a good rest before going for lectures again on Monday morning.
Speaker 2. Alif.
I try to wake up early on Saturdays, even though I may spend all day watching TV. I may go into town to check out if there's any new games or interesting software, or go to a promotional booth of some companies to play with laptops. If I don't go into town, then it's just watching TV and playing some old games. Starting this year, I've been really busy with the karate club.
There seems to be some camps or competitions every weekend, and yesterday was the belt rank test. So it's keeping my weekends pretty occupied. Yesterday, I hung around with my friend till 4 a.m., helping him and his group rehearse for a play, which is quite fun as I don't do this kind of stuff that often.
Speaker 3, Sonia.
My weekends are always uneventful and unmemorable. It's always filled with completing work which should have been done during the week. Sometimes when I have ideas, I work on chapters to a book I'm writing. I want to put it up online soon. My Saturday afternoons and sometimes Sundays are more productive as I work part-time washing dishes at a restaurant to earn some pocket money. Other than that, I catch up on lost sleep. Yes, it may not sound as interesting as hanging out with friends at the mall or going for karaoke, but sleeping gives me such satisfaction. Then it's back to normal routine on Monday.
Now you will listen to the recording again. Speaker 1, Nina.
I personally like to go out and enjoy the company of my friends, but I also like to sit at home and play games on my computer or phone. Of course, that is after some burgers and fries, which I get through food delivery. I would much rather go hang out with my friends. No, wait, I would rather sit at home by myself and face the computer screen. I mean, I want to meet new people, but it's too much work to get into conversations with them. It's usually a lazy weekend for me. If I'm not playing games, then I'm sleeping. On some Sundays, I visit my grandparents and stay there for dinner. Then I come home and have a good rest before going for lectures again on Monday morning.
Speaker 2, Alif.
I try to wake up early on Saturdays, even though I may spend all day watching TV. I may go into town to check out if there's any new games or interesting software, or go to a promotional booth of some companies to play with laptops. If I don't go into town, then it's just watching TV and playing some old games. Starting this year, I've been really busy with the karate club. There seems to be some camps or competitions every weekend, and yesterday was the belt rank test. So it's keeping my weekends pretty occupied. Yesterday, I hung around with my friend till 4 a.m., helping him and his group rehearse for a play, which is quite fun as I don't do this kind of stuff that often.
Speaker 3, Sonia.
My weekends are always uneventful and unmemorable. It's always filled with completing work which should have been done during the week. Sometimes when I have ideas, I work on chapters to a book I'm writing. I want to put it up online soon. My Saturday afternoons and sometimes Sundays are more productive as I work part-time washing dishes at a restaurant to earn some pocket money. Other than that, I catch up on lost sleep. Yes, it may not sound as interesting as hanging out with friends at the mall or going for karaoke, but sleeping gives me such satisfaction. Then it's back to normal routine on Monday.
That is the end of part 3. Now turn to part 4.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have listened to 3 speakers. You notice, as I mentioned earlier on, all of them spoke about the same topic. That is, the activities they do during the weekends. But they each give several activities that they normally do, but among the many that they gave, okay, there will be one that they do the most, or they particularly spend the most time on. Each one of them spoke about the same topic. So do bear in mind, yeah. For part 3, it will always be something similar to this. All of them will be talking about the same topic, okay, but there will be, okay, notice how it is being worded here. Activities during weekends. So these are the activities. Notice that, okay, there could be some overlaps. Speaker 1 and speaker 2, there could be overlaps of activities that they do. So that was done on purpose, okay? So, but you have to, as I said earlier on, okay, do or practice selective listening, whereby you select the most relevant information. So what you should be looking out for in this particular part 3 is what is the main activity done by each of the speaker. So it will always appear in this manner. So you will be given all the list here, A to E, and A to E, all this may appear in all this appear in the three, but with a different combination. Maybe for Nina there could be A B appear. For Alif it could be B, C, D appear, and for Sonia, it could be A, C, and E appearing. But among all these activities done at the weekend by these people, there are one that each one of them do the most. So that's the one that you are expected to identify. Okay, so all you have to do is just for Nina. I hope you saw that. Okay, Nina is a bit tricky because earlier on she said she liked to spend time going out with friends, and later on she said no way, I would rather stay home and stay in front of the computer and then have food which she ordered from delivery services, and then stay in front of the computer to play computer games. So there are two main things there: going out with friends and playing computer games, said by Nina, but the one that she did or she does the most is E. 15, the answer should be E. And 16 for Alif. Alif is also, he mentioned about, playing computer games, visiting, etc., etc. But later on, the key word for his answer was starting this year. So this year, this is the main activity that he's currently doing. Okay, this year he started joining competition. So the answer to Alif is C. And for Sonia, that will be question 17. The answer is working part-time. Although she said, she's writing books and she's, doing other things, visiting relatives, etc. But, okay, the key word is, most of my Saturday afternoon and Sundays, I spend time, okay, doing part-time job. So the answer to that for 17 is B. All right. Now we move on to part 4. Okay, part 4, again, it will be a dialogue. Will always be a dialogue, part 4. Okay, again, 3 option MCQ. There will be 7 questions altogether. So let's listen to the text on part 4.
Now listen carefully and indicate your answers on the multiple choice answer sheet.
Thank you for joining us today on the show, Henry. How did you become an expert on indoor plants?
Thank you for inviting me. After I graduated in horticulture, I enjoyed my time on the road, meeting and advising people about their gardens. I badly injured my leg once and had to be at home for a few months. So I thought, why not bring the garden into the home? Then I started a YouTube channel which quickly had a huge following, and that's why I'm here with you today.
Well done, Henry. I'm sure many listeners are interested to grow indoor plants, but they don't know where to start. Can you share some tips?
Definitely. If you want indoor plants, make sure they are suitable for indoors first when you visit a nursery. Then, check out the prices that is within your budget. You can also find them in supermarkets, but the choices are limited and the price is more expensive. You must also check that the plants have healthy leaves and flowers.
I see. I only know how to buy plants, but soon enough they wither and die. How can you tell an indoor plant from an outdoor one?
Indoor plants are also known as house plants. Generally, indoor plants prefer moderate temperature and they may not survive direct heat. The leaves may turn yellow or dull, but this is not a cause of concern. When the soil looks dry, you know the plants need watering.
Henry, I love cactus, but the last time I got one, it died just after a few weeks. I watered it every day.
Cactus is one of the easiest plants to care for. It is usually found in extremely hot places like the sandy desert, but it can easily adapt to our humid weather. I'm not surprised your cactus died. You probably watered it too much. If you are keeping one as an indoor plant, just make sure that there is continuous light so it's perfect on the windowsill in your kitchen.
Many young adults are interested in indoor gardening these days. How can they start with a tight budget but still have a beautiful indoor garden like the ones on a magazine cover?
Everything you need can be found in your house. With some creativity, you can recycle a lot of things you no longer need. Almost anything can be turned into a pot for plants, as long as it can hold a little bit of soil. You can use an old pot from your kitchen. Just make a small hole underneath with a nail to allow water to drain out. You shouldn't waste detergent containers too, as they can be washed and used as flower pots. Chemicals from the bottles should be thoroughly removed as they can poison your plants.
These days, I see indoor vertical garden becoming popular. People have started placing pots on their walls instead of windowsills or on the floor.
Be creative, especially if space is limited. Besides walls, you should look up to your ceiling because that's an interesting place too. My friend hangs a pot of money plant from his ceiling in his living room. The large leaves and vines look awesome hanging from up there, but there is a financial reason too. There is a small hole on his ceiling that would have cost a bomb, but you can't see it now. It's a clever way to save your money.
Sounds like the ceiling is the limit for indoor planters. Any final tips before we end?
Well, I believe it's a two-way relationship with plants, whether it's indoor or outdoor gardening. You water and nurture them. In return, they nurture your soul. For the elderly who are retired and don't get to socialize so much, try talking to your plants and making them your friends. Teach young children to care for plants. That way you instill positive values in them. Let's take care of nature, and nature will take care of us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we may not have time to allow you to listen, to have a second listening to part 4. I'll just take you through the answers to question number part 4. Yeah. So for question 18, I hope when you look at the question just now, the answer should be A, met with an accident. So the information about graduated for horticulture and started his online channel all appeared, but specific to the question in mind, the answer that we are looking out for should be A. Yeah, 18A and 19. The answer should be B. Okay, the type of plant, because it depends on the type of plants whether it is meant for indoor or outdoor. Okay, for number 20, the answer should be A mild weather. Indoor plants need mild weather, not direct sunlight, not plenty of water. So number 21, the answer should be, according to Henry, cactus grows best in the kitchen where it gets a lot of sunlight. Yeah. So 21, the answer should be A, and 22 should be C, as in different containers were given. If it's pots, you make holes. For bottles, you have to clean, remove the poison, but all those recyclable containers, you should wash them thoroughly. So the answer to 22 should be C. 23, the answer should be B, utilize limited space, not just add beauty, because it doesn't matter, add beauty regardless of, whether you are doing vertical gardening or what, but the answer should be B, utilize limited space. And then not hide unwanted defect, that one is specific to his friend. He had some defect. That is just an example of how it is being used. So 23, the answer should be B. And last but not least, 24, the answer is friendliness. Okay, let's very quickly go through question 5, part 5. As I said, part 5, there will be 3 texts altogether. Okay, there will be 3 dialogues altogether. Text 5, 6, and 7. And in each of the texts, you'll be asked 2 questions. Okay, 2 questions by each of the texts. And how it will be played will be, you will have 15 seconds to look at the question, and then the text will be played twice, and then you find the answer to the first 2 questions. After that, we'll move on to dialogue 2. Again, you'll be given 15 seconds to look at the question. Then the text will be played twice, and then followed by another 15 seconds to look at the question for the third dialogue, and then you will listen to the text twice, and then you are expected to get the answer. That's how it will appear. Okay, if we can have audio part 5 played, please. Thank you.
Part 5, Dialogue 1. Listen to a conversation between Dr. Azmi and the patient Shireen, who suffers from motion sickness. As you listen, choose the correct answer for questions 25 and 26. You now have 15 seconds to look at the questions. Now listen carefully and indicate your answers on the multiple choice answer sheet.
Good morning, Sharon. Please sit down. What can I do for you?
Good morning, doctor. I suffer from motion sickness, and it gets me down when I think of traveling. I hate being sick on a journey. Can you explain why I'm experiencing this every time I hop into a car?
It's very common. It's not a life-threatening disease like diabetes or cancer. It's much related to traveling in cars, trains, boats, or aeroplanes. Those who suffer from this condition often break out in cold sweats and look pale. Some also get headaches, nausea, and tend to vomit. You have all these symptoms, Sharon?
Yes, it's very embarrassing when I have episodes of vomiting. What's the root cause of this problem, doctor?
When the inner ear senses that your body is moving up and down or sideways, but your eyes see a view that's static, this is when you begin to feel sick. This is because your senses send conflicting input to the brain.
Does everyone suffer from this condition?
No, it's genetic. You could have inherited this from one of your parents, or maybe your grandparents even. But there's one good news. If you suffer as a child, there's a likelihood that you will outgrow it when you reach adulthood.
Is there any cure for this?
I'm afraid not, but there are ways to help you feel better. The simplest is shut your eyes and try to nap. This stops the conflict between the eyes and the inner ear. You can also chew gums, suck on ginger slices, or sweets. Alternatively, if you're in a car, choose the front passenger seat and let some fresh air in. If in a train, sit facing forward and look to the horizon.
That makes sense, doctor. Can you prescribe some medication?
Sure.
Now you will listen to the recording again.
Good morning, Sharon. Please sit down. What can I do for you?
Good morning, doctor. I suffer from motion sickness, and it gets me down when I think of traveling. I hate being sick on a journey. Can you explain why I'm experiencing this every time I hop into a car?
It's very common. It's not a life-threatening disease like diabetes or cancer. It's much related to traveling in cars, trains, boats, or aeroplanes. Those who suffer from this condition often break out in cold sweats and look pale. Some also get headaches, nausea, and tend to vomit. You have all these symptoms, Sharon?
Yes, it's very embarrassing when I have episodes of vomiting. What's the root cause of this problem, doctor?
When the inner ear senses that your body is moving up and down or sideways, but your eyes see a view that's static, this is when you begin to feel sick. This is because your senses send conflicting input to the brain.
Does everyone suffer from this condition?
No, it's genetic. You could have inherited this from one of your parents, or maybe your grandparents even. But there's one good news. If you suffer as a child, there's a likelihood that you will outgrow it when you reach adulthood.
Is there any cure for this?
I'm afraid not, but there are ways to help you feel better. The simplest is shut your eyes and try to nap. This stops the conflict between the eyes and the inner ear. You can also chew gums, suck on ginger slices, or sweets. Alternatively, if you're in a car, choose the front passenger seat and let some fresh air in. If in a train, sit facing forward and look to the horizon.
That makes sense, doctor. Can you prescribe some medication?
Sure.
That is the end of Dialogue 1. Now look at Dialogue 2.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, since we are running out of time, so I just give you a feel of what part 5 is all about. Okay, that's how it's going to be. Yeah, you have the 15 seconds to look at the question, and then you listen to the first listening and the second listening to dialogue 1, and after that, immediately after that, you should be given another 15 seconds to look at the questions, question 27, 28. That will be for dialogue 2 of part 5, and 2 listenings of dialogue 2, and so on. That's how it should go. Yeah. So for those of you who had listened to this, I hope for question 25, okay, as I've said earlier on, yeah, as the as we get further and further towards the end of the question paper, it gets harder and harder, a lot more challenging, and the structure of the text will be a lot more complicated, and the choice of words are a lot more challenging at a higher level of CFR as well. Okay, so for 25, the answer, if you notice, A, B, and C, they appear, but the one that should be the answer to 25 is B, the brain receiving opposing signals. Okay, so that should be the answer to 25. And for 26, again, the answer should be B, have a short sleep. Eating ginger slices is suggested as well. The winding down the windows was also suggested, but the best part is for you to close your eyes so that you will not be seeing all the moving objects actually. So the alternative to those words will be have a short sleep. But the word used is a nap, okay, in the text. So as I said earlier on, as you go further into the question paper, you will come across words not in the exact wording as they appear in the text. So, ladies and gentlemen, so I've shared with you what I can share as far as helping you to score well in your listening test. And with this suggestion that I'm making here, inshallah, I hope you will be able to breeze through. Okay, I promise you, if you do what I have suggested to you, paying attention to all the skills that you should be focusing on, and then, taking note of all the tips I've shared with you, inshallah, you will, I promise you, you'll be able to breeze through your listening paper and score well. So thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Imran.
All right. A million thanks to you, Associate Professor Fatima Putih from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, for your so much truly insightful and enlightening sharing session. You really went right into the core of listening, the tips for listening that our students will definitely benefit, right, in the coming Muet exam. Prof, with that, we will come to next on is the Q&A session. And we're looking at our questions from the YouTube chat room. Yeah. And before we carry on, there's one question I have in mind. When I carry out my listening sessions, practice sessions in the classroom, I discovered that I think short-term memory is very crucial for a student. Well, as they do the selective listening, it's selective note taking, like you mentioned just now. So I find that students are unable to remember certain details because it's very fast and spontaneous. So once you take down some details, let's say the name of a place, where the stream and where the hill
Mm.
is, where the campsite is just now. Students aren't aware that they are supposed to use the short-term memory, let's say, ability. Would you emphasize on that? That's
All right. Listening, yes, to a certain extent, it tests your short-term memory, but there is a way to get around it. Actually, as I said earlier on, the the trick is for you to take a look at the question when you're given the 30 seconds
yeah.
before each of the parts. Yeah, part 1, 2, 3, and 4. You will be given 30 seconds to take advantage of those 30 seconds before each of the part to identify what you should be looking out for. So as you listen, as and when you are listening to the text, you go through the question. Take a look at the question. Okay, this question is asking for this. This question is asking for this. That's why I suggested earlier on, for you to highlight and for you to circle to bring your attention to what exactly is being asked for that particular question. And the other thing that I've mentioned also is that, the nature of the question is such that, the question will be asked, according to the flow of information given in the text itself. So with that, it will be very helpful knowing that, because as and when something is being asked, you know that, okay, this information comes from this part of the text. This information comes from this part of the text. So to a certain extent, yes, short-term memory is being tested, but you are being helped by the strategies, the tips that I've shared with you earlier on. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So moving on. Questions. Let's ask the technical team. Any other questions from the floor? Yeah, chat room.
Okay. There's a question on the screen there. Before
Uh,
that, asking about
can we
honing
stop
on the.
that dialogue? Is that the one? Yeah.
Before this, there was question about to practice listening to podcasts, etc. To a certain extent, yes, listening to podcasts can be helpful, but the thing is, with podcasts, there isn't specific question that you will be asked.
Yeah.
So just to get yourself familiar with the listening skill, yes, listening to podcasts will be very helpful. But now in your Muet listening test, you are tested on what what you are listening to. So of which podcast may not have the questions to come with the whatever thing that
Current.
you are listening to. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The next question just now
Next
was okay.
question. Yeah.
Can you ask the meaning of words? Yes. At the beginning, if you notice earlier on, I purposely left that for you to listen to before the test starts. You will hear being read out to you saying that. If do you have any questions to ask, you can ask questions now, but you don't ask meaning of words. You can ask questions about the test, etc., but meaning of words, no, they will not give you the meaning of words, actually. Not translation of words, no. But if there's any part that you are not sure of, other questions, yes, but not specific meaning of words.
I see.
I hope that answers the question.
From Rinjin. Okay, there's one from Kim Day. Kim Day. Yes. Does the slightest change of word makes a big difference? For example, the speaker said removing, but the answer option is reducing. About that question.
Okay. It will not be as as much difference as that. Removing is and reducing are totally two different things. So the meaning change. So if the choice given, if in the text you are talking about removing, but the choice in the answer is reducing, so the one on reducing will definitely be not be the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because removing and reducing, they are it has two totally different meaning. Remove is totally, um remove from existence. Reducing, it means that you decrease the amount actually. So not with that, much difference in meaning. Yeah.
Right, Prof. Thank you so much for that. Okay, as we await for another question, I would just like to remind the our students, those in presence today, there will be the QR code that will be screened, displayed on our screen, yeah, for your attendance, for the merit points, the co-curriculum points. Yes. So, in reminder as well, would you the students will have to take a snapshot and a screenshot, and then they'll have to upload the screenshot in the Google form of the QR code when they see it. Yeah, so that's the highlight for our students. Anyway, well, it is hoped that our students and teachers, language instructors alike, yeah, who are following our website podcast today, they are better informed and prepared for the coming Muet test sessions, yeah, especially the listening and the speaking. So yeah, Rinjin. So Rinjin says thank you. Thank
You're
you, madam.
most welcome.
Yeah, and Rinjin, and thank you for your question as well. So a reminder for the Pusat Asa CS attendants. Yeah, and again, please look out for your QR code, which will be displayed later. So with that, okay. So we've got the cue to end the session. It's a million thanks to you again, Prof. Fatima, for your most detailed and description of the listening test. And also our thanks to Puan Ferozi as well for the speaking session earlier this morning. Yeah, so on behalf of the UITM APB, Academy Pengajaran Bahasa Collaborative Committee Initiative, we would like to thank you for being most voluntary and helpful today. For your heartfelt gratitude to you, yeah, Associate Professor Fatima Puteh from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Yeah. So with that, well, it's curtains closed for today, and we have the next session, the reading and the writing, on the 9th of November, 2024, also on a Saturday. Yeah, going out to all our students, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So with that, Prof, we'd like to bid
Right.
a very good farewell to you.
Right.
And
Thank you very much, yeah, everyone. And to all the students, all the best. I
right,
know you can do it because, as I said earlier on, the listening paper is the paper that you can breeze through it, actually. You can
25
score well, actually. Yeah.
a
Inshallah.
quarter of their
Okay.
marks in their hands if they can do all
Yeah. Uh-huh.
30 questions correctly. Right.
Mhm.
Hope to see you again, Prof. Maybe
Inshallah.
again in our next session.
Yeah. Inshallah.
Right. With that, everybody, assalamualaikum, and thank you very much from our CGCT committee here.
All right.
Asasi.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye, Prof. Thank
Bye.
you so much.
Bye. Bye bye, everyone.